Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the new project of our Casino Life and Business magazine, the Esports Business Summit 21, which is quite a challenging field of activity. Esports started like a multiplayer video game with amateurs, but very soon the championships were born, and the professionals took the place of the amateurs, and everything went, let's say, like a business. The coronavirus pandemic started last year, also born new vertical in gambling, because the physical competitions were out. The esports took their place, and the players were interested to bet on their results or on other things from the esports. So this vertical is becoming more and more popular. The pandemic is still on, but we don't know if after the pandemic the esports will come back to their, let's say, to their piece of the pie, or they will grow further. We don't know that, but we will probably see that very soon. So today we are dedicating our conference to esports, and especially to the business generated by esports. We have a tremendous lineup of speakers and moderators, something like 30 people, very well known, from 9 countries. So we are having a very long day ahead of us. The first panel will be dedicated to legislation across Europe. Then we will have some panels dedicated to business. At the end of the day, we will have a traditional marketing and communication panel dedicated strictly to the esports. I was telling you that we have a very, very nice and very relevant and very knowledgeable lineup of speakers and moderator. And the first bunch of these guys are in this first panel dedicated to legislation across Europe, which will be moderated by Dan Iljovic, the former national regulator, gambling regulator president, and actually the vice president of Rombet, which is the most active professional association in the Romanian gambling area. So before giving him the floor, I want to announce you the partners of the event, which we thank very much. Diamond partner is a very well-known group, Superbet. Gold partner is the association that I have mentioned before, Rombet. Silver partner is DGL Pro, a Romanian slot manufacturer. Like supporters, we have Casa Pariurilor, Smart Games, and Grisogono. And like media partners, we have Sigma, Joco News, Esports Mag from Italy, and For Reach Only from Romania. So if everything is all set, Dan, are you here?
No.
No, you are missing, yeah, okay. You are missing all the fun.
Yes.
Hello, Dan. Thank you for joining us. You have a very interesting panel. The speakers are very well known. And please squeeze all the information that you need from them. Thank you, and now you have the floor for doing your job.
Thank you very much, Mihnea, and congratulations again for this initiative. You always manage to surprise us with your projects, with your new projects, and this is a very special one. I have to confess that I was almost an outsider regarding esports, so my knowledge about this kind of competition was almost zero. But because of you and because of our distinguished panelists, hopefully I will understand more about this domain, the links between esports and our industry, the gambling industry. And at the end of the day, I will try to find on the internet the next esports competition to look live at what is going on there. First of all, first of all, were there my thanks to you, and secondly, it's my very special thank you to all our panelists who accepted your invitation to join us here at the very first edition of this summit. And I will introduce them very briefly because you, Michna, already did your homework and informed everybody about their background and their activities and their resumes. So thank you for joining us, Dr. Joseph Borg, Andrei Kosma, Nicholas Hammond, Jan Rehola, Raduae, and Nepomuk, not Elfer. Not Elfer. I always told him just Nepomuk, and now it's very hard to spell the.
You did a good job.
Yes, thank you very much. Danke sehr schön. Aber wir sprechen Deutsch? Nein.
Let's stick to English.
Okay, thank you very much, because my German is not very good. Okay, first I will, because it's a beautiful weather here in Bucharest, it's sunshine, and we are in the business of entertainment, which sometimes we forgot because of the problems we get each time from politicians, from mass media, from the general public. We tend to forget that our business is entertainment. And now I'll put a very, very short video, which I took last evening from the internet, some fragments, to have an idea for somebody like me who has no clue about esports. So please allow me to share the screen, and next I will pick up the floor again. So everybody is on. Please turn on the sound. I am talking to the audience from the internet and of course from you. Go on.
But they're just buying back now, LGD. They're throwing corpses at Team Liquid, trying to repel them out of their base. They have to try and push back Team Liquid with the mass surplus down. The jump goes in. He's getting huge melt damage. Somnus, he's going to fall. That should be the game right there. GG. Team Liquid win against LGD. They have dropped one game in its entire lower bracket.
We now know our grand finalists for the International 2019. Team Liquid, winners of TI7, go head-to-head with the champions from TI8, OG.
Last year, everyone was saying OG fluked their way through TI. Well, guess what? Here we are again at the grand finals.
The only player in the grand finals that has never won it before will be Mihai. He's been there, though.
To see him lose another final is something I can't even bear.
He goes for the dream call, he gets him! Navi have just won $1 million!
Patience from Zoe. Navi's about to be caught. Oh, this could be a total disaster! Vacuum in! Ravage on everyone! Alliance are doing this! The Kings in the North! Alliance wins! The Chrono's on 2. 3 dead for VG.
BPT, here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the top!
the gyro to go into the late game.
Kuro's going to say how in the mid, the arrow's going to fly forward, perfect stun. We're already beginning our lower bracket final right here with the max stun duration. Charles will go down. Weehar is able to laser him. Trying to go for this Hand of Midas build on the spec, understanding late.
Okay, this is esports. I don't know about you, but with my headphones, the sound was amazing, and the atmosphere. Nepomuk, you're smiling. I will first kindly ask you to take the floor, and just there's two comments or a few comments on what we saw. This is esports. It's tremendous. It's for me, it was a huge surprise, especially looking at these huge stadiums where esports competitions takes place. So please, Nepomuk.
Yeah, thanks. I was smiling because of course, you saw Kuroki from Team Liquid, or former Team Liquid, which is who is a German Dota 2 player and a very successful one as well. So this is why I was smiling. Yeah, well, esports. The question whether what is esports in detail is not that easy to answer, because of course it depends on the perspective. For example, sports science answers this question differently than the field of law, where it depends primarily on the purpose of the law in which esports is written. But in general, you could say it's competitive gaming, and in my opinion, at least, regardless of the degree of professionalization or a certain number of viewers, which of course is pretty awesome and spectacular, as we just seen. I know there's an argument about the terminology, but the broader the term, the more easy it is to work with it. For example, if we talk about stuff like non-gambling regulation, like the non-profit status, this is of course for esports clans that are amateur clans. This is why we use esports as a term for amateur and a pro scene as well. Yeah, so we've seen the international Dota 2 event, which is mainly in the focus because of its high price pool, which is interestingly funded by the community as well, and this is why it's not really a perfect poster example for the prize pools in esports, because it's way bigger than, for example, League of Legends, the Worlds, which is probably
I've seen some figures from last year that Dota 2, it's a prize pool of $35 million US dollars. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. So, and the prices also, you've seen in my little video, some top players earn roughly 1, 2, 3, 4 million euros. Well, during several years, but in any case, and the Dota 2 is the biggest prize. Dr. Joseph Borg, could you pick up and share your opinion about what are esports? What is all about this crazy competition and so exciting?
Well, some people call football and football fans crazy. So some people consider football to be 22 people running after a ball. But obviously, for many millions of people around the world, football is a massive passion. And I believe that with the times that are changing, that with the world becoming more and more digital, it is only natural that we're having a sports now that is completely online. Well, not completely, because as we've seen, there are also events that happen in stadia and the theaters and sports palladiums. And that, in my opinion, is the essence of sports. Now, it doesn't mean that if you don't have spectators, it's not sports, because obviously you might have a five-a-side tournament between friends or a five-a-side match between friends in football. But obviously, the fact that there's interest from spectators is something that is making esports become a reality. And yes, I believe that in a few years' time, we'll also see esports as something that we'll see in the Olympics. But it's a very different type of sports. It is someone once mentioned that basically, okay, you can't break a leg in esports, fair enough, but it doesn't mean that it is not sports. And I believe that, and actually the players, the esports players, train a lot during the year, even physically, in order to sustain the physical stress that playing for a long time on a console or mostly on a PC, in the case of esports, in order to endure that pressure and that physical strain. From a legal point of view, of course, it's just a matter of definitions. So it's some countries are considering esports as sports, some others are not yet, but it's undeniable that it's definitely a competition. We're seeing competitive esports happen constantly. Even if not big tournaments, but rather smaller tournaments, they're still competitive. And there's the prizes that can be won, and definitely it's predominantly based on skill. So definitely it's not gaming. So that's my take of how I look at esports in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. Nicholas, could you pick up and share your thoughts on this new world? Because I think it's not longer than 10 years period than this kind of competition started, and it's like in the gambling industry, the technology and especially the IT and the internet, everything made possible for such innovations, let's say. And the legislation is trying to catch up somewhere from very, very behind in order to adapt the definitions and everything to the new reality. So, Nicholas.
Thank you, Dan. Yes, I agree with some of the things that Joseph has said. And as a good lawyer, there's some things I will disagree perhaps or take a slightly different viewpoint. The question of esports is very interesting, I think, for Europe at the moment, as of course it's a long way behind America and the Far East. I think the tournament you showed was in South Korea or Australia. I have a feeling, I can't remember which one it is. And whilst I think the new emerging economies have been able to pick up on esports and make a lot of money at it, it obviously raises a lot of legislative issues, etc. I was reading the other day where in Hawaii, they passed a new law governing esports and gambling on esports, which of course is obviously important. But in fact, gambling is forbidden in any event in Hawaii. So the legislators themselves don't seem to know exactly where they're going. In relation to Europe, I think the laws themselves, whilst a lot of people will say, oh, well, they are governing the position because is esports gambling or is it esports? Is it actually a form of gambling? I think the legislators have got to think a lot more carefully about this. You can have individual esports through loot boxes, and at the same time you can have mass media gambling through esports in general. So I think the legislators really have to take this in view. And in Romania, they're a long way, they haven't even started to think about it, I think, in any real detail. You may know, Dan, whether they're actually approaching it from the gambling perspective or in fact from the entertainment perspective. I think that is the real issue that they have. And until there's a common, I'm sure the common market's going to come up with a common policy at some stage, which will mean that esports are governed by EU legislation. But I think the first thing that needs to be developed and should be developed is going to be the esports associations. Because, I mean, clearly, esports are popular in Romania. There have been esports competitions in 2017, I think in 2018, up in Cluj. I don't know how big the prize money was, but clearly there is some prize money there. And therefore, anybody who's involved in esports, I'm sorry to say, really needs to have a very clear understanding of the legal position of what they're doing in terms of entertainment, betting, copyright. All these areas have to be really examined carefully. And there's going to be many pitfalls along the way. And therefore, anybody who's really getting into esports as a business needs to get a good understanding and handle on what is happening in not only their country, but also in the European Union. That's where I think the important area to concentrate in the next 2 or 3 years, or for this conference today, is to think about deeply where the sport is going. Because I agree with Joseph, it's a sport, yeah, but it can be a sport, as I say, with one person with a loot box, which is a different concept in terms of financing, but in terms of what you're doing, it's you against the machine. And all these the esport competitions are you against another team, and also, of course, against the machine, which produces random, as you put it yesterday, random monsters to try and kill. That's where I think we are at the moment, anyway.
Thank you very much. Jan, how is the weather in Prague? No, I'm kidding. What is your opinion? What is your opinion? It's yesterday in the evening we had a very short chat, and we discussed a little bit about esports, but also about the forex, which is yeah. I will speak with Mihna. Maybe in the next conference will be about the similitude and the what are the equals or non-equals between gambling and forex. Okay, let's get back at esports. Please share us your opinion. Is it gaming? Is it gambling? And I have for all of you, after seeing this exciting atmosphere from the stadiums, do we really want to regulate this? Because it's like in gambling in some countries, over-regulating could destroy an industry. And they could spoil this kind of events. They could spoil this kind of entertainment, which brings a lot of money, not only to the winners, but also to the organizers, to all the industries surrounding this. I've asked you kindly to look to the commentators on esports, and this is absolutely fantastic. So, Jan.
Okay, then, thank you very much. I will try to address all your questions and concerns one by one. So, starting from the weather perspective, it's very nice here in Prague. So, I hope the same, so we can enjoy the summer, or spring, which is coming. And just to address the esport issue, and I'm trying to address it from the legal perspective and from compliance lawyer perspective. I see esport and the forex and other things that you are mentioning. We can see that in the let's say gambling industry is traditional one. So we have games that are played for a century, like roulette or I don't know, slot machines and dice. All these games are very traditional one. But what we are seeing in recent years, we are seeing many forms of gambling or gaming, which are new one, and which the traditional gambling regulation simply doesn't have answer to address all the issues that it's raising. So that's a new challenges for gambling regulators, definitely. And we see the blurring lines between the gambling and the gaming in many formats. It could be esports, it could be skin betting, it could be social casino games, it could be loot boxes. So all these new formats has some aspects of the gambling and the gaming itself, and the blurring lines is really appearing. And the role of the gambling regulators and the gambling lawyers, from my perspective, is to draw the line, the borderline, and really to have clear rules and law to govern all the aspects of these new formats which are emerging on the markets, because it increases certainty on all sides and all stakeholders. So just addressing the esports, I strongly believe that esports is a sport. It has the same, structure, how it's organized. There are teams, there are players, there are organizers of the tournaments, there are prize pools. So they want to go to the Olympics. They apply to be recognized by sport association to be as a sport. So esports itself, from my perspective, could be seen as a sport. Here in Czech Republic, it doesn't really fit to the definition of the sports according to the act which is dealing with the sport, but that's a matter of time. I think it will be adapted. But what we need to be distinguished is betting on esports. And betting on esports, it's something that is really, pure gambling. And this part of the esport ecosystem, I think, need to be addressed by the gambling law. And there are other issues that need to be addressed as well, because the esports is raising issues like the sport integrity issues, which is much more severe, I think, in esports than comparing to other sports. Underage gambling, because the audience of the esports is much younger than the ordinary audience of the sports. And so these two are main areas, I think, that need to be addressed by some kind of regulation. I don't think it needs to be gambling regulation, because as mentioning, these questions are not concerning only the gambling, but the esports itself. So it could be the same as another, sport organizers have the code of conduct, how to deal with those issues. And I think the soft law will be starting to emerging. There are already association on national level or international level, like international esports federations already existing. They are producing some kind of soft law. And I think the state, and I completely agree with your point, there is no really need to step in for states and for public law and regulate each aspect of everything which is occurring on the field. The public law should intervene only if it's really necessary in order to protect some vulnerables and whatever, and only in case that is proven that this soft law is not working. So I see right now we are in a stage that we need to check whether the soft law which is producing right now by the International National Association is enough strong to address all these issues that are emerging or not. And if not, maybe then there is a time for regulator to step in, and it don't have to be necessary gambling regulator from my perspective. Maybe you need to unmute Dan.
So thank you. It was your turn to unmute me. Okay, thank you very much, Jan. It's very interesting that basically I will give the floor now to Radu. That this is a skill game, basically. Although there are some random number generators somewhere behind the scenes with the monsters or some kind of weapons and so on. I have no idea. I'm not an insider. But in any case, what I read last evening is that the producers of these games are making special editions of the games, especially for the competitions. So they are not like the usual game that you can find on the market for individual players. And moreover, they try to optimize these games in order to give the audience the possibility to see exactly what's going on into the game through the eyes of the player. So it's like you are the player. And because of some problems, if the opposite team could see what is going on through the eyes of the other team, could, let's say, cheat a little bit. So it's a little delay between what is going on live with the players and what the audience is seeing on the screens and online. Radu, is there in Romania any debate or any discussion about regulating esports? Are there any competitions? Very briefly, please.
Yeah, from the Romanian legislative point of view, especially gambling, the gambling legislation is pretty clear. There's the GEO 77 from 2009 and the methodological norms for application of the GEO, which doesn't differentiate in any way, shape, or form between the events that could be included. So there isn't really much of a problem from the gambling standpoint. Yes, as you said, there could be cheating, but it's pretty easily avoided by putting delays between the spectators and the live show. So it's pretty easy. I think that the main problem is the integrity betting. So the lack of integrity betting associations. That's a main concern that should be addressed. But more than that, I don't think there's any problems. Yeah, the field of gambling has seen a rise in esports betting, especially during the pandemic and the cessation of traditional sports competition. Many viewers have turned to esports from various reasons, out of curiosity, just to scratch their competitive itch, if you want. But there's a pretty clear regulation. I don't see any reason behind the need of future regulation in regards to esports on the gambling field.
I see. Thank you very much. Andrei, do you feel that there could be some match fixing behind esports? And who could be responsible in order to make these practices, which are widely present in traditional sports like tennis or football, to avoid this kind of trap for the esports?
Thank you, Dan. Generally speaking, the liability lies with the person or the company that organizes something.
You are a lawyer, yeah? You are a lawyer.
So we don't have so many associations like standard associations for esports, but we still have an organizer. So if it's match fixing or other issues, I think that the organizer is liable because they are making money out of it. Of course, also the player can be held liable, but anyway, I like your previous note that the legislation is trying to catch up. We are always trying to catch up with legislation. We are speaking now in 2021 about something that's happening from 2010, and we don't have a legislation. So at this point in time, match fixing can be a problem, but I don't see how it can be solved other than in the general way, unless we consider esports as a standard sport, we make associations, we make rules for them, and so on. And probably we will go there. And I think that the main reason we will go there is not the match fixing or the player protection, is the money, because it's a lot of money involved, and governments would like to tax it. This is my view in general with any industry that is disrupted.
Thank you very much. Nepomuk, what about taxing esport events, competitions in Germany?
Yeah, well, first of all, in my opinion, it's not true that esports is not regulated, because there are various laws just applying in each and every situation, right? There's tons of laws if you're trying to organize an event, for example, and the tax law is quite strict, and especially in Germany, it's all pro-fiscal. So the German state is quick to collect the taxes.
The money.
Yeah. I'm not afraid that they will collect the taxes. What is pretty interesting is that there's a new law coming regarding betting on esports taxation. And that law especially shows that the German legislator, and I'm really sorry about that, it's just the truth, has a strange mix of ignorance and not that much of understanding and knowledge about the industry. And that goes for sports and esports, especially when both of them come together. So I'm pretty interested how this process will go. Yeah. I mean, what is pretty interesting when we talk also about taxation is in Japan, for example, there are countries in which esports falls under some kind of gambling regulation. And in Japan, there's this law regarding the prize money in esports competitions. So there's this act against unjustifiable premiums, and also the gambling is prohibited as long as it's not horse racing and bicycle racing, if I remember correctly, for some reason. I'm not sure why, but there's no special law for esports. So yeah, this is why you have a price restriction to 100,000 yen, if I remember correctly, 100,000 yen, as long as it's not a pro competition, and therefore you need a license, for example.
Thank you very much. Joseph, in Malta, there was a discussion, or at least there was a draft, in order not really to try to regulate or over-regulate this kind of entertainment, but this kind of competitions, but more to attract organizers of esports in Malta. What was the idea behind? It was only to attract, or Malta was, and it is still, one of the example of good practices regarding gambling regulation, and they tried to do something similar with esports. What is the current status, please?
I wouldn't say it's similar to gaming, because obviously I hate it when they mix gambling with esports, because yes, there could be sports betting on esports, but there could be sports betting about anything, or actually fixed odds betting about anything. They do fixed odds betting about the Eurovision. They do fixed odds betting on
elections.
So this is something which is normal, and that's part of gambling. It has nothing to do with esports. Esports regulation has to come from the associations and federations, which, let's be clear, I don't believe that esports will go the same route as traditional sports with national associations and federations. I believe that the mistakes done in the past with other sports like UEFA, FIFA, right now there's a whole mess about that, in fact, will not be repeated, or at least I hope so. And definitely, seeing that the world is becoming always more globalized, we're here from I don't know how many countries on the same call, which is pretty normal today. It's basically normal life, and a world which is totally globalized, digital, does not make sense to have national associations or federations. You could have to regulate a part of the industry, maybe minor parts of the industry, but definitely there should be something that is global here. And right now, the publishers and of the games and the tournament organizers are regulating themselves, part of this industry. But again, ultimately, regulation of a sports should not come from a government, but it should come from the respective federation. The government in Malta came up with a proposal in order to attract the esports industry towards Malta, for three main reasons. Obviously, the potential of esports is huge, and obviously the government saw this opportunity. It was a no-brainer, nothing extraordinary. Obviously, these people, most players and commentators, because commentators are very important in esports as well. We've seen that video, and we've seen the enthusiasm created by the commentator. So don't discount commentators. They're actually paid very well, and it's a very important job in esports, especially in certain games like Dota 2, the one we've seen, because they are not constantly packed with action, and therefore during those quiet moments you need the actual commentator to give that different tinge to what is being viewed. And also in order to attract these people to come to Malta, and also teams to come to Malta. So again, in Malta, obviously, we don't have a massive sports scene in terms. It's quite big, but it's not competitive, apart from a few examples. And definitely having sports teams based in Malta, apart from them paying taxes here, but something more interesting is to put Malta on the map of esports and having teams officially declaring themselves as from Malta. And that would be very interesting for a small country like Malta. So yeah, that was the work done. I believe they're still working on something, but it was placed a bit on the back burner because it's not really a regulatory framework as such. It's more of, look, this is a strategy to attract the esports industry to Malta. And I agree with it in general. And I believe that more jurisdictions should do the same.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Jan, did you ever play the Dota 2?
No, I'm not. So I'm wondering who was a real esports player here.
What about the protection, not only of those competitors, so the insiders, the players, but the protection of what I asked a little bit earlier about match fixing? Do you consider that those associations could do a good job and to assure a fair competition? Or is it any need for not only I'm thinking about the gambling authorities, but even the gambling operators? They could and should be interested, like in traditional sports match fixing, to have a fair competition.
Yeah, I totally agree. I see many parallels between the sports and esports questions on integrity and fairness, because definitely it's interest of the organizer of the esports tournaments and definitely it's interest of the gambling operators, because it's their inherent interest to keep the product they are offering to the public free of fraud and free of any suspicious behavior, because and we are discussing here so all the time together. So mainly it's a big business. In Czech Republic, the market of esports rose 6 times in 6 years. So it's really the pace of increasing the market worldwide. It's very big, and therefore the main interest for all the organizers and for all stakeholders in the esports industry, including the organizers and gambling operators, is to keep the market and keep the product as safe and as fair as possible, which definitely puts some challenges here, because comparing to other sports, the risk of manipulations in esports could be seen as higher than traditional sports for several reasons. But again, that doesn't mean that the tools that are working in the normal sports industry won't work in esports.
Thank you very much. Yes, I totally agree with you, but and not and I would like to ask Nicolas if from the point of view of a lawyer who's in Romania for 30 years, did you had any activity or any requests from some esports association or organization or organizer to ask for some legal point of view? Is it possible to have an esports competition in Romania? Are there any issues, legal issues? Do they need to register somewhere or somehow? And next I will ask the same Andrei and Radu. So I give them the possibility to search Google about this kind of problems. Please, Nicolas. Nicolas, could you unmute yourself, please?
Not directly, although we've been asked questions about is it legal, can we do it? Our advice is yes, as far as we can see at the moment, it is legal. But as I came back to my first comments, I think the way the esports industry will develop and protect itself is in fact going to be by these associations. Because the associations will be the groups that make the rules, especially with regard to things like match fixing, player switching. There's a lot of player switching goes on in other countries where you suddenly put a much better player in a weak team and all of a sudden that weak team develops. So I think that's probably all covered by the existing legislation in Romania. Obviously, under the gaming laws, the question of the players, are they gamblers or are they not gamblers, paying, because they get the prize money. It isn't as clear cut as it is, shall we say, in football or say cricket. But cricket, no one understands what cricket is. But football, if you're a football player, you don't get. It's not seen as a gamble because you play for a team that wins. But obviously for an esports team where there's big money involved, is it gambling? Are you a gambler just by the very fact that you play an esport? Doesn't matter that it's in front of a big crowd. So that's why I think that associations will develop. I don't agree with Joseph. I think that the esports are going to need to have a stronger association. Otherwise, the law will come in. European Union will come in with its own regulations to protect the consumer. And of course, the question is, what is the consumer? Is the consumer the people that go and watch, as you showed in your video? I mean, very exciting, very lively. You can feel the adrenaline flowing even from a clip like that you showed. And I'm sure the commentators are wearing bow ties just like you are. So. Yeah. Going back to your original question, no, we haven't been, to be honest, we haven't been approached by someone saying, this is an association, what do you think? But hopefully soon we will be.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. Andrei.
May I chime in?
Yes, please. Yes, please, Nepomu.
I feel like we're so overvaluing associations right now, and I'm not only talking about national associations in esports, also international associations, because they're not the publisher, right? So without the copyright, or to be more precise, the exclusive exploitation and distribution rights, associations are not the same as in traditional sports. So we really have to focus when we talk about associations in hindsight of integrity. We're talking about something like ESIC, for example, right? Esports Integrity, former coalition, now commission. And then we have to take a look at who funds them. Same with unions in esports, right? A lot of them get funded by tournament organizers or the publishers. So there's this questions of whether they really work, or they don't. And in Counter-Strike, for example, I mean, we could see it at the start of the year. ESIC wasn't really able to do anything because of the lack of resources they have, and because of, I mean, they would have to ban like 80% of the AAA Counter-Strike teams. This is not a viable option. So without the backing of the publisher, there's like literally nothing to do legal-wise or in order to build a sustainable ecosystem. So we should not overvalue associations, let alone national associations.
Thank you very much. Very interesting point of view, Nepomu. Andrei and Radu, could you or would you like to build up an association for esports? Is it a trap or is it an opportunity? Andrei?
Of course, that's my first answer when we should do something which may create a positive impact on the market. But to answer your previous question, we have been involved with an esports company who develops a video game which is popular worldwide, also in Romania, to provide a legal analysis. It concerns loot boxes, which is something different. So it goes into the gambling area more than simple esports, and there the conclusion was not that clear cut as Nicolas said. And in terms of associations, I don't know at this point if the Romanian gambling market is that big. So when I'm talking only about the local market, it's big enough to build an association. But again, this phenomenon is only going to grow. So in the future, maybe we will have the chance.
Thank you very much. Radu, did you have any inquiries regarding esports international competition organizers to advise them about the Romanian legislation?
To be honest,
it will remain strictly behind the scenes. It's confidential, so nobody's watching you.
To be honest, there's no kind of there wasn't any kind of inquiries from organization. But from what I know, the main step when you're trying to organize any kind of esports event is to get a license from the game developer. I saw that in FIFA, for example, they even have it specifically on their website, how you can go to organize, what are the steps and what do you need to obtain from them in order to legally start organizing an event. So I think that's a pretty big step and the first one you must undertake. But I'd like to talk about what Nicolas said. In my opinion, I don't think that there could be any blurred line between gambling and gaming as long as the result of an esports event is mainly based on the skill of the player. Unless hazard or luck have a bigger impact on the outcome than skill has, then we cannot talk about gambling when we talk about esports.
Thank you very much. Nepomuk, do you think there is any hazard, any random number generator somewhere behind the scenes or under the table in Counter-Strike or in any other esport game?
Well, in Counter-Strike specifically, there's not that much RNG. So there's a big scale, like close to non-RNG and maybe even predominantly RNG, which then probably would be gambling and not esports.
But let me interrupt you for a second. This RNG, this random number generator, gives something which could be seen by everybody. So if, for example, it's not something that under the table just one of the teams will get, and especially during these huge competitions when thousands and even millions of eyes online are focused on what is going on there, I think it's very hard to try to trick somehow the one team or another. Please.
No, it's actually not. I mean, when we talk about like cheat codes, right, you probably won't be able to see them, but if you're a professional and you're playing the game yourself, there's some situations you feel like, okay, this was a pretty interesting move. Normally a pro would not do that. So of course there's this idea of some kind of like using an exploit or having a cheat code or you name it. But there are things you just cannot see. I mean, a great example again in Counter-Strike, oh, well, what are you doing with Counter-Strike, is the spectator bug, where you had the chance, where the coach of the team had the chance to use a spectator bug to switch to camera positions all over the map. So this, of course, is a huge thing in a tactical shooter. So there are possibilities. I would not say that it's like controlling an RNG mechanism, because I mean, this is implemented in a game code and the developer should be able to get rid of it, or everyone should know about it. So it's not like the RNG element, but something like a spectator bug. I wouldn't say it's common, but there are examples.
Thank you very much. Jan, we've seen in the short introduction, in the short video, a lot of young people, teenagers, and they are so excited. Not only the players who won the prize, but also and mainly the spectators. What if on this kind of competition, some betting company will put some advertisement somehow, somewhere, and they will tease the teenager to look into the gambling side of this competition. I know that in most of the countries, it's strictly, or it should be strictly forbidden to present advertisement to underage. But in any case, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I think, again, it's a very good question, and where we can see, you know, where the gambling and the gaming regulation are interact with each other. And definitely the advertising is one of them, because here in Czech Republic, we don't have any special rules for esport advertising. We have rules for gambling advertising, that it cannot be, you know, directed to the underage people or children. And definitely that's something that's currently a big issue here in the Czech Republic, or not big issue, but it's happening to be a big issue, because within our association that we have, which is called Institute for Gambling Regulation, we are working on a responsible gambling code of practice. And one of the rules that we are setting up is that the gambling operators should not target the minors, even in esports betting, which is quite hard for them, because, as mentioning, like a considerable part of the audience of the esports could be underage, and therefore it requires some task of the gambling operators, you know, not to support a team where there are underage players, not to support or sponsor the games or organizers or tournaments which are governed in the games where, you know, majority of the audience could be underage, and so on. So we discuss it with the operators in Czech Republic, because the gambling operators here in Czech Republic already sponsor teams and sponsor some already tournaments. So we are trying with them to consult and find the balance between that they still keep you know, their presence in esports, but do it in a responsible way that it's not targeting the minors.
Thank you very much, Jan. I will kindly ask you to send me, when the draft will be ready of this kind of code of conduct, to send it me over, and to all our distinguished panelists, because it's very much of my concern and my area, this responsible gambling and advertisement in gambling. Thank you very much. If any of the distinguished speakers have anything to add before we take some questions, if there are any from the audience, please feel free to raise your hand and add something to what we already discussed. So, nothing to add for the moment. Michna, are there any questions from the audience that we could answer? Not me.
Yes, Dan, there is a question. I will read it for you. Gambling operators can keep the game fair because the countdown is also helping them, but this affects the user experience. Do you believe this industry of esports will update to offer also an excellent user experience?
I don't really catch up the meaning. Nepomuk, could you maybe you?
I'm not quite sure either. Is it like while gambling, while betting on esports, or the spectator perspective?
I will read it again.
Yes?
I will read it again. Okay. So, do you believe this industry of esports will update to offer also an excellent user experience?
An excellent user experience. What do the person who asked understand by the user experience? Because if we mean the audience, the people who are watching, I think they have a terrible user experience. And
well, I will read the beginning, the
yes.
intro. Gambling operators can keep the game fair because the countdown is also helping them, but this affects the user experience.
I see. Jan? Unmute, please.
Yes, so I'm not sure if I'm the right person to address this question, because, as I was mentioning, I'm not the esport player, so I'm not sure whether I can.
I see. Okay, Nepomuk, please.
I'm still not 100% sure on the question, but Joseph felt like he understood it, so maybe.
Yeah, Joseph, please.
I think that when he was mentioning countdown, he might be referring to loot boxes. I don't know, but that's not esports. It's
Yeah, I think
not within the video game industry. So
what I may, if I may answer somehow, is that maybe it's some sort of request from the side of the gambling operators to collaborate with these esports organizers or even with the games producers in order to have a better experience from the point of view of the punter, of the people who are betting on these esports. Maybe this was behind, or something behind that the person who asked would like to have. Okay, do we have another question, Michna?
Maybe to answer that real quick, that's happening, and it has been happening for years. Like every big client has a betting partner. So the bigger problem is, I mean, the esports industry is driven by sponsorships, unlike traditional sports. So betting partners are extremely important. But there are, of course, jurisdictions like Germany where you won't get a concession for esports betting, which makes things pretty tough. But behind the scenes, they're working really close together. They're trying to improve the experience day by day, because right now it's quite hard to monetize esports. There aren't hardly any partners that get rich. Like we've seen some IPOs from clients, and none of them is making any money. They're losing money for years. So yeah, it's money driven in the pro scene. So they will 100% work on the user experience, whichever user experience we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Nepomuk. If we do not have any further questions, Michna, I will have a big thank you. Yes?
Just a second. We have another one for
Please.
For Andrei. Is there a differentiation line between poker and esports?
That's a good question.
It is one, because the law says that poker is gambling, but from my opinion, in the substance of it, there isn't, because both esports and poker are skill-based. And my argument for poker being skill is that every year, if we are looking at the World Series of Poker or any other big tournament, the final players are always the same. So if they cannot be the luckiest people on the planet. They are just good. This is why they win. So I think that in their core substance, poker and esports are both skill-based competitions.
Thank you very much.
May I add something there?
Yes.
I really dig the question, because first of all, there are different kinds of poker, right? Like draw poker is gambling. And on the other hand, Texas Hold'em, I'm with Andrei there, is, in my opinion, not gambling. But more importantly, not only the gambling aspect or the chance, the aspect of chance is for example, chess esports, because while COVID, the biggest esports tournament were online chess tournaments. And there's this question whether you have an online version of a card game or chess, for example, and whether this is esports and or poker or maybe both. This is pretty interesting. And in my opinion, as long as there's a publisher, as long as there's a game developer and publisher, and as long as there's a competition between people and it's skill-based, it's esports. So in my opinion, yeah, an online version of chess and an online version of Texas Hold'em, that would be esports. Draw poker online version would not be esports.
Thank you very much. Nicolas, maybe we will propose, Nicolas, Andrei, Radu, we will propose to the Romanian regulator to change the legislation and put Texas Hold'em on the, so take out the Texas Hold'em from the gambling regulation.
A good idea. I'm not. That's a good idea. But then, if you're not careful, I liked your comment that you and Jan discussed Forex. Is that an e-sport or is that not an e-sport? Interesting observation.
And by the way, this is the big problem when regulating esports. We really need to know as legal experts, what is esports? Because you cannot regulate something and then we have these questions. I mean, Counter-Strike is esports. Well, wow, what a great idea. Everyone knows that. But what's with online chess? Because if you want to regulate something, you really need to know what it is. And esports is so broad. It's so vast. There's such a big difference between online chess and maybe a virtual reality esports where you actually can break a leg. So we really have to think about what we want to have as regulation, and maybe just take esports as competitive gaming. And then when we talk about a special code of law, we have to amend this definition. Like maybe if the law is about protecting minors, then we have to exclude gaming titles, maybe some shooters. Not all of them, like Fortnite is, you can play with 12, but maybe some of them. And this is actually how the lawmakers should operate, but especially in Germany, they are not.
Thank you. It's a kind of very nice conclusion. We should start with the definitions, to know on which side we are. Well, Mihna, is there any other question? We already.
No, there are not other questions.
Okay.
But I want to come back a little bit to what you have said about Forex. Actually, it's like an invitation for all of you. Next month, as we promised, an event per month. Next month, we are going to organize a roundtable dedicated to crypto, currencies, blockchain, and cybersecurity. And of course, Forex will be among the topics. So who wants to be a speaker to that roundtable is more than welcome. On the other hand, we will immediately after the break that we are going to take now, we are going to meet some actual esports organizers, tournament organizers. So we will, let's say, immerse ourselves in the business of esports, literally.
Thank you very much, Mihna. Now, a big thank you to our speakers, Joseph, Andrei, Nicolas, Nepomuk, Radu, and Jan, of course. Thank you again, Mihna. And we are 5 minutes already over the timing. But if I may, I will put again my video from the beginning because I think it's very entertaining and maybe it will be a good start for the next panel. Please, Mihna.
Not before, I also want to thank to all the speakers. You brought a lot of value to our panel. So thank you, and I would love to meet you again. I don't know, whatever, online or physically. Anyhow, will be a pleasure meeting you. Thank you again, and now we are having a break, and after the break, we are going to business.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Stay safe. Bye.
The best path is the one that's not there, because we are in the process of creating it. We are here for the journey.
Salutare tuturor și bine v-am găsit la marea finală Superbet Open.
We help people build their dream. We believe in passion.
face stadiul de ultra aproape, să vine și să fiți incredibil! Ce vrei face superstarul cel training? Se bagă prin bord, câștigă runda!
We believe in esports.
Counter-terrorists win.
We believe in pioneers. We believe in the future. Superbet, proud sponsor of Digital Crusade and Superbet Open.
Reporting in.
Welcome back. After this short break, we are now going to business, effective business. We'll start the panel number 2 called News on the Market, which will be moderated by Bogdan Coman, the executive manager of the association Rombet, which I was telling you is one of the most active professional association on the Romanian gambling market. But before giving the floor to Bogdan, I will announce you the partners of this event, which made this event possible. Diamond partner is Superbet, gold partner the association Rombet, silver partner is DGL Pro, the Romanian slot machine manufacturer. Supporters of the event, Casa Pariurilor, Smart Games and Disogono, and like media partners we have Sigma, Joco News, Esports, Mag, .italy, and for which only .ro. So Bogdan, are you on? Yeah, I'm seeing you on the wall.
Yes. Hi everybody.
Good morning to everybody. So Bogdan, please take the floor and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Hi guys. Nice to see you here. As you can see, I've put on my gaming helmets, which are not mine, but to be part of the topic. Okay, first let me introduce the people on this terrific panel. So I will start with an old acquaintance of mine already, which is Cristian Gheorghe, who has made his first steps now in his private endeavor, and I congratulate him for this. Then we move to Tudor Dăescu, which will be the... Hi, Tudor.
Hello.
Tudor will be the first one to tell us a little bit about how the esports are structured, how the gaming market as a whole is structured. And last but not least, Alexandru Ion, who is one of the veterans in this field, and for sure he will have a lot of insights to provide us on the current status of this market.
Hello, pleased to meet everyone.
Okay, let's start with Tudor then, to have a better understanding of this field, let's say.
Hello. I was listening to the first panel, and I think that we should talk a little bit about what is gaming overall, about what is gaming in Romania. So first of all, if we are talking about gaming, this is the entertainment, is the most important entertainment in the world, is the biggest entertainment industry, bigger than movie industry in the world. Everybody's playing, from our mothers, if you recall Farmville on Facebook, to Candy Crush Saga, but also Tetris when we were young, or Counter-Strike. Everybody's into video gaming right now. So if we are talking about gaming, it's an entertainment, the biggest one. If we are talking about Romania, we should know there are three pillars when we are talking about gaming in Romania. So first of all, we have the gaming industry, the game developers in Romania. It's an industry that is almost more than $200 million per year, with big multinationals being present in Romania, such as Electronic Arts or Ubisoft or Gameloft, producing FIFA. I don't know if everybody knows, but FIFA, the game, is produced in Bucharest, near Cotroceni, or Assassin's Creed or War Dogs also here in Romania. We have also big independent companies working for big names outside the country, such as Universal or Disney, producing games in Iași, Cluj, or Bucharest. The biggest independent gaming company in Romania is called Amber, employing hundreds of developers and graphic designers and data scientists and QA and producers in Romania, but also having studios in Montreal and in Guadalajara abroad. This is the first layer of gaming in Romania. Creative industry, the biggest creative industry in Romania is the gaming industry, producing a lot of money in Romania, producing games that people are playing all over the world and enjoying themselves, and keeping the beautiful and the smart minds in Romania, and producing new talents for this industry in order to make it grow. A second layer is the entertainment, the casual gaming, the how to say, the shows around the games. Millions of people in Romania are playing or are watching their idols playing games on YouTube or on Twitch, the so-called content creators, gathering in one show, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people in that 2 hours on YouTube or on Twitch. And it's a huge industry as well, because these gamers are not watching TV or they are not entering classical social media networks such as Instagram or Facebook anymore. They are present online on YouTube and on Twitch. And the third layer, still small, but soon to be very, very big, is the esports scene. Here we are talking about gamers that are playing professional gamers. In Romania, it's still a small niche because nobody cared for helping this industry, and this industry regulated itself by some people that loved gaming, such as Alex, but also such other organizers in Cluj, the guys from Digital Crusade. And there are just a few clubs in Romania, but we need to change it. And what I can tell you that at this moment, together with Alex or my partners in Bucharest Gaming Week or the Digital Crusade guys and other people involved in the esports market in Romania, we are trying to regulate this industry in Romania in order to help clubs function, in order to help players go pro, in order to attract budgets and sponsorships from big companies in order to develop esports in Romania, because in the near future, esports, it might be an Olympic game, and we need to be there. What I wanted to tell you more at the beginning is about how many gamers are in Romania at this moment, and if you can make me a host in order to share a screen. Let me see if I can share the screen right now. One moment.
Actually, Tudor, this was just on the tip of my tongue to ask you, how big is this segment, the casual gamers, and how big is the part of the professional players out of the whole? I mean, is it relevant still or not yet? Are we talking about maybe 10% of whole gamers which are looking into professional, or maybe 1-2%?
I think I can answer that question.
We don't. Alex could tell us, but let me. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so RGDA is the Romanian Game Developers Association, having together all the big companies producing games in Romania. So they did last year a research about the market in Romania. And what we found out was amazing, because if you can see, there are almost 8 million people who play video games in Romania. Okay, we are talking also about Candy Crush Saga or Bubble Witch Saga or casual games in the metro station or in the airport, but also about Counter-Strike. The second finding was that it's almost 50% men, 50% women that are playing video games. And the average age is not so young. There are a lot of people between 30 and 40 years old playing video games. These are the guys who played 20 years ago in internet cafes in Bucharest during all the night. I'm talking about the boys, but from the women perspective, mobile phones help them get into video game. So RGDA made this tremendous study helping us understand the market, and we can see that there are 64% playing on mobile, and there are esports games on mobile, a lot of them. Wild Rift.
Just a second, please. Just one. I have one question. Sorry to stop you, but I think that this might be interesting for the other ones to know, because the amount of people sounds amazing. I mean, 8 million people from Romania, which is maybe, I don't know, 16 million mature people. So you would say that 1 in 2 persons are playing. Is this does this reflect people who played at least once during the year, or have a player behavior?
No. At least once during a month.
At least one during a month. So we can say that they are really players.
Really players.
Amazing.
Not hardcore players, because there is a distinction between hardcore players and casual players. And if you ask a hardcore player if Candy Crush Saga player is a gamer, they will laugh. But still, not to forget that King, the producer of Candy Crush Saga, is owned now by Activision Blizzard. That is the producer of World of Warcraft, and this is one of the most hardcore games in the world. So we can see that still 60% of the gamers are playing through PCs, and console gaming is 15%. This is general data about gaming in Romania, and I wanted to tell this information in order to have a base about what is gaming in Romania, in order to know what we are talking about. Because I heard some things before around gaming being gambling, or we cannot talk about 8 million gamblers in Romania at this moment.
No, but the number is really huge. I mean, from my side at least, who I'm not an active gamer, I would have never guessed that it amounts to so much.
If you want to go back 15 or 20 years ago, people that were playing Snake on their Nokia phones, they were gamers as well. So we're talking about very low complexity games, not necessarily high commitment, high investment, professional esports. etc. So we're talking about any kind of game in any circumstance possible, and then you're a gamer, right? And we all play in a form or another.
True, Alex. True, but I was just thinking that like we are 10 guys in the office, and I'm looking around, and me myself, I'm not playing. So it means that somebody, the one next to me, is playing, right? If it's 1 in 2, which is amazing. So I will give the floor. Yes.
Believe me, I'm not a gamer. I'm not a gamer, even if I'm in the gaming industry for several years. I'm not a gamer. I'm already play with my son in order to feel him closer to me, and we are playing Brawl Stars. It's a mobile phone game.
Yes, amazing.
You don't identify yourself as a gamer, but you are a gamer. Since
yes, exactly.
Your son, you're a gamer.
Yeah. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer.
Because maybe, yeah, that's how people define themselves.
Okay, so in a nutshell, Tudor, we understood about the 3 pillars. It's very interesting because I never thought of the market in that way. Also, it's interesting. I've seen a couple of days ago some social media star index, and on number 5, if you can, I mean, this is an index which puts all the relevant people which are highly exposed to the media. And number 1 is obviously Ina and so on and so forth. But at number 5 is Max Infinite, which has millions of views on YouTube. Actually, is the first one, is ranking first on YouTube. So these people which are involved in this industry are catching up tremendously well.
Alex could tell us more about this because he owns Esports Club, but also an influencer agency, content creator agency, and some of the biggest content creators in Romania are joining his agency.
Let's give the floor to Alex to explain us.
Yeah, so these influencers that you see on YouTube use gaming as a source of content, but usually they don't do only gaming. So they're not professional gamers. At least out of all my influencers, we have only one ex-professional gamer, Jaxi, which is also a very active member, let's say, of the Counter-Strike community. But right now, he basically pivoted from professional gaming and professional esports to entertainment. And once he went into the entertainment sector, sure, he uses Counter-Strike to create content, but he can create any other kind of content, from product reviews to lifestyle videos to, I don't know, anything from TikTok, Instagram, you name it, commercials for certain brands, right? I mean, that's just a way to leverage content. Let's say that you're leveraging your passion to showcase something. I don't know, let's say if my hobby was building computers, I could basically build computers to create content and release videos on YouTube, right? So it's just a way of leveraging gaming. That's how they started, and that's how they initially recruit people. But usually they pivot to mainstream.
But it still starts from a hobby, right?
Yes, it starts from a passion. It starts from a passion, not a hobby. It starts from a passion.
Yeah.
Because these people are passionate, and they really, let's say, thrive in the gaming world, and that's somewhere where they can stand out and be exceptional.
So how many people are there in this industry, Alex?
So Tudor's data is quite accurate, and this is the way I see it as well. So I think everyone plays games at least on some form, way or shape, right? If we're talking about esports, then that's a totally different market. And if I may, I can make a comparison between the sports industry and the esports industry. Everyone knows football, everyone watches football, but how many professional football players do you really have, right? So the percentage is about 1-2%, and that would be quite generous. And going back to the legislative environment, right now, officially, there is no professional esports player in Romania because it's not regulated, right? I mean, for example, I have a company, which is like a commercial company, and I employ my gamers as marketing agents. So we don't have an esports club because it's not regulated, right? So we found a way to basically, we found a workaround, which is not necessarily legal. It's definitely not illegal, but it's more of a let's say going forward and structuring things the way in a legal manner. So if you're talking about professional esports teams, although it's not regulated yet, you can basically count them, I don't know, up to 50 professional esports teams in Romania, if there are 50 brands, and probably one or two brands like Nexus, or I don't know, maybe 5 that actually have contracts and sponsorships and have a structure, have a coach, have a manager, have backup players, etc. So esports is basically taking gaming to the next level. And when you start participating to tournaments and competitions, and when you start earning money, and when you start having responsibilities, and when you start belonging to a team, I guess that's when you have that's when you're a professional gamer, let's say, right? Up to that point, it's basically casual or aspiring to be professional.
But Alex, let me ask you, do these teams specialize in a particular game, or they can do like multiple games?
Usually you have an organization. So we have Nexus Gaming, and our best team is the CSGO team, the Counter-Strike team that we promote, but we also have teams for other games. So we're an esports organization. We're not just a CSGO team. We've even had, I don't know, we've had the Dota 2 team at some point. We've had the Hearthstone team. We've had the PUBG team. We've had actually 2 PUBG teams. We've had the Fortnite team. And basically these teams form as the esports industry develops, right? Because if, let's say, a particular game is not going to be attractive at some point, we're probably going to give up on the team, right? I mean, there's no point in having a team for a game that no one plays. But we're an organization, and we have multiple teams within the organization. But our main focus and our biggest pride is the CSGO team.
Super. And since you say that the market is still unregulated, and for sure it has a long way to go, do we see other jurisdictions which are ahead of time, maybe UK or somewhere to inspire from?
There are a lot of countries where esports is regulated. I think even if you want to go closer, even in Moldova, I think they have a better jurisdiction than us. I mean, Republic of Moldova, not the Moldova where I'm from. So I'm from the Romanian part of Moldova.
They have a federation. Yes.
And obviously esports was very popular, let's say, in South Korea. America is very developed. Germany, Sweden, UK, even Poland, France. All these countries have regulations adapted for their culture, right? So it's not necessarily a rule of thumb. But we're getting there. We're working on this. We're working, myself together with Tudor and some very other interesting and smart people are working on this project to actually regulate it.
I will come back to this in a moment to see what is the status here, and maybe Tudor to give us a little more insight on what would be the steps that you guys will be undertaking in order to make this a reality. But before that, I will ask just Cristi how this industry is linked to sport betting, because he has a lot of experience in dealing with sport betting companies, and he knows quite a bit about what is happening on their inside, what is the structure of products they have. So how has this niche evolved over the last year, let's say, or a year and a half?
Bogdan, if we spoke about Romania, I think that the pandemic crisis get us in esports gambling, for all the actors in our market, because the pandemic crisis with the stop of the sports made possible to open up some gambling and betting on esports. Things that before this, it wasn't possible. Because the betting industry didn't look quite to this industry, to esports. If we talk globally, we are talking about something like in the last year, 17 billion euros only on betting in esports. Then there are big numbers. The big three, the three kings of esports in betting, there are League of Legends, Dota, and Counter-Strike. something like 85%. They are betting on these games, and it's something quite different by usually betting esports. Is that in esports you can bet, you can pay also with skins. Maybe the guys, we will explain to our to our public what it means skins in esports, because people usually when they are betting in esports, they are using 88% they are using money, but 90% they are using skins. Guys, I think it's quite good if we explain this for the industry, what it means skins.
Basically, skins is cosmetic upgrade to the game. If your character looks a certain way, you buy a skin. Obviously, you pay an amount of money, and you have a different design. No extra function. So basically, the game is still the same. So you don't have more HP, or you don't deal more damage. Your character just looks different. And people like this kind of personalization. It's like, I don't know, tuning your car. It's basically the same, but just better, right?
But this is just on the gaming side, right? It doesn't have anything to do with betting. It's just the fact that the gamers have an extra money that they want.
It's a crowdfunding. It's a crowdfunding system. So basically, they give you a cosmetic improvement to the game, and they use part of that money to raise the prize pool. This is how Dota gets to 20 million, 30 million, 100 million dollars prize pool, because they do this crowdfunding like Kickstarter, right? But then they crowdfund money from the community instead of having to put the publisher to give up on let's say $20 million from their profit or their gross margin. They basically crowdfund the prize from all the players of the game, and it's quite interesting, let's say, and it gives it this competitive advantage, right? Because if there's no prize, there's no challenge, and there's no sport. So there's no definition of sport without competition, without a ranking, without having first place, second place, third place, the grand prize, whatever. So this is how they leverage gaming and transform it into sport.
Something very interesting about esports gambling and the regulation in the United States, because there were some questions before this panel. In the United States, they decided to have a license for each tournament, where if you want to use it in betting. Then, in Romania, because I know that the guys are fighting for the federation to start the federation here and to make some regulations. Then in the United States, we already have regulation on betting in esports.
Yes, we are fighting because we need to help developing clubs in order to be there when the game will start all over the world. Because at the moment, the esports is underdeveloped in Romania. In order to develop esports in Romania, we need to help clubs function as well, to have players, players that are constant players. They are not only for 2 months and then they are looking for another job. So in order to have these players, we need to get sponsorships from partners, from different brands. So we need this regulation in order to help clubs function. What is very interesting is that in this moment, after years and years of fighting with the market, because I am the general manager of a PR agency, so I entered this business because the need of our clients to communicate to authorities or to brands or to media, and nobody was listening to gaming or to gamers. I recall several years ago, before doing the first edition of Bucharest Gaming Week, that we talked to journalists and told them, FIFA is made in Romania and it's something huge. we should be proud of. And the journalists were telling us, okay, there are some guys, teenagers who are playing for money, because this was the understanding of what game development means. And it was very hard to for us to talk to non-endemic brands such as Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Orbit, I don't know, name it, FMCG brands, to tell them come and help the industry develop, to have big events. Now everybody's fighting to have a piece of gaming. We are talking about razors, we are talking about restaurants, we are talking about delivery companies. Everybody wants to communicate with gamers. But in order to have a constant way of financing these clubs, we need to regulate and to have some limits, and why not to talk about responsible communication and responsible gaming to them, because now everybody wants to do promotions and to talk to these gamers as being the core target of their market at the moment. Alex can tell us how he can function as a club, how he managed to keep these players, or was it hard? Wasn't it hard? How did you make the money to finance them?
Okay, well, I'll have more ideas to go through here. So first of all, Tudor, you said about brands helping the let's say the esports industry. I don't think necessarily that it's a CSR.
No CSR.
It's not an industry that needs help, because it has a lot to offer. When you invest in gaming, and you invest in gaming like you invest in sports for marketing purposes, right? And when you invest in gaming and in esports, you reach a certain target that is unreachable on other channels. For example, these gamers, they don't watch TV. They have ad blockers, so you can't really target them with performance marketing ads. I don't really think they stay too much outside to see out-of-home investments, etc. Right? So when you invest in gaming, you invest it because it's a very good channel of communication for brands, right? So it's not really an industry that needs support. And why we need, let's say, better regulations is because these young talent, and by the way, we don't create talent, we discover it, because talent is all over the place, right? And I'm sure there are a lot of talented players in Romania, but they just need an efficient context to be discovered and to exceed at something. Okay, going back, once you invest in gaming, you get a certain kind of marketing exposure, and coming back, gamers need stability, right? They need stability in order to invest their time and their effort in practicing or mastering a certain game before becoming professional players. Because if they can't earn a living and they can't survive off of gaming, they're better off doing something else, from, I don't know, anything really, any job, right? So this is another career path, let's say. It's another new career path that is being developed. And as a club, initially I financed the club, and we used the esports team as a vertical of promoting the Nexus brand. It was an internet cafe at that point, right? And we came up to the conclusion that we have a business once the team started having results, and once we started signing sponsorship contracts. And I don't mean sponsorship like NGO sponsorships, I mean like marketing sponsorships, where we have deliverables. We offer, let's say, the brand placement on the t-shirts. We offer a lot of social media context, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. We offer, let's say, to our partners, I don't know, a press release, specific ad hoc videos based on what they need. For example, for one of our partners, for Lenovo or for Samsung, we create videos, right? We create videos, whether it be review videos, unboxing videos, etc. So we basically function as a sports team that offers marketing in exchange for money. And we use the money to keep our players playing.
So at the moment, the esports industry is financed only through these types of means, right? Through sponsorships.
by brands. It's financed by brands, entirely by brands. Yeah. And for example, most teams, so most professional teams outside of Romania, they have a revenue share contract with their players. So if the player is, let's say, you showed the video from TI, right? If the team who won TI shares the revenue with the actual organization, right? Because the organization gives you salary and gives you a gaming house, and they give you a coach, and they give you an analyst, and they give you all this support. And once you win a big prize, obviously you have to share it with the organization. But until you start winning millions of dollars, there's no talk about revenue sharing with the players, right? So the team is 100% financed by brands. And what we offer in exchange is marketing through any channel necessary.
I see. What about the situation where you will be able to set up this federation? Do you think that a new revenue stream might come out of this, maybe from the state budget, from the Ministry of Sport?
No, we don't aim for budget from the state.
We're not really counting on it, but I mean, sure, maybe there will be different finance opportunities at that point, and maybe more non-endemic brands will be more encouraged to invest in this industry, knowing that we have, let's say, more support, especially from the government. I mean, it's better for the industry as a whole, but I mean, if we're not sustainable as we are now, I don't think we're going to be sustainable then, right? So I mean, every team should aim at being sustainable.
Let me give you an example in order to underline what Alex told you before. At the beginning of the pandemic, we met some guys from the gaming organizations in Romania and decided to do an event telling the gamers to stay at home and stay together and play together, and we call this event Gaming Marathon. And it was one only event, and that was the objective, to communicate and then to take money from gamers and give it to Smurt, showing that gamers are also very, very into the social life and very aware. And this event transformed over the months in maybe the biggest online event in Romania. The last event had 500,000 attendees online in 12 hours, Alex. I think 12 hours of streamings.
More like 14. More like 14, but yeah.
14 hours of streams, different games from Counter-Strike to Brawl Stars to Fortnite. 500,000 people attending one-day event on YouTube and on Twitch. Different kind of people, different whereabouts. We had teenagers from 7 to 14 years old watching Brawl Stars streams, but also Call of Duty streams for people like me, older guys. And the brands that are partnering us are such as Vodafone or endemic brands AOC or Samsung, but we have also brands like KFC, Subway, Philips OneBlade, Razors, Campo Frio that develop some products especially for gamers. So these kind of brands, and that's why I used the word help, are helping us to get bigger and to be bigger in as a voice in this market. But when we are looking it the other way, they need this industry in order to communicate with this 500,000 people. They are not watching TV, they are not listening to radio anymore, they are not using classical social media. And these people have a lot of power when it comes to acquisition, because the youngsters are still the children of their parents and parents are buying for them, but the older ones have big incomes as well, but prefer to play and entertain themselves. What I wanted to tell you about is because now we saw Superbet going into digital crusade, or Betano partnering with Alex, Team Nexus, with Romania Esports League. No, yes. These brands have to be very careful when they are talking to this audience, in order to target only the people that are above 18 years old. And esports is very good for this kind of brands, because esports are especially for people that are above some age. Am I right, Alex?
Definitely, and especially it matters when you choose the game, right? Because if you choose a game like Counter-Strike, I know that last year our friends from Digital Crusade did the Superbet Open, for example, right? And when you do a Counter-Strike esports tournament, you're basically targeting the people that started playing Counter-Strike 20 years ago. Yep. And now they're 30 plus, and they have jobs, and they probably finished some kind of superior education, and they're still watching the game out of nostalgia. Maybe they're not really gamers anymore, and they don't spend 10, 12 hours a day playing in internet cafes, and they're grown people with families and stable revenue, and they watch these kinds of events mostly out of nostalgia, right? So it matters a lot when you choose the game, to choose a game that has a mature public. And although many games are esports, some esports have, let's say, an older public than others.
But is there, I mean, like a legal barrier anywhere, or basically every kid?
There's no legal barrier, because let's say any gambling company can sponsor any sports team, right? I mean, there's no legal barrier to watch a football match. You have the legal barrier in the KYC policy, right? In the know your customer.
Yes, on the operator side.
Yes, you have the
side.
KYC policy, so there's no real barrier. I mean, we obviously we would never. Here's more of a moral question, let's say, and we would never promote anything that is 18 plus, no matter if it's gambling, cigarettes, alcohol, you name it. We would never promote 18 plus industries for younger audiences, because this is not our aim anyway, and it doesn't really generate results for the partner as well. I mean, it's just, of course, it's just losing on any side.
But is there any way that you can filter the audience? Because basically this type of events
on YouTube, on YouTube you can create 18 plus content. You can make 18 plus content on YouTube, and once you stream something, you can basically get the consent and the opt-in from users. There are many ways to leverage let's say the morality, even though you don't have clear legal guidelines, right?
I can tell you like this: there are some game producers that they will not give you the license, or they will not give you the tournament if you are using some industries. Then, like I know, because I've seen some contracts from FIFA. There is forbidden to go in bettings and some other industry, alcohols. Then it's from the start, this is, you know, a clear path that you cannot speak with gamers from that game and that platform.
Yeah, I know that Microsoft is heavily regulating Minecraft, right? Because it's a very, very young audience game, and they don't really tolerate anything, let's say, more mature, right?
And FIFA is an Electronic Arts brand, and Electronic Arts is a very family company, so they are very, very careful about these things. But there are games such as Counter-Strike or League of Legends that are allowing a partnership with betting companies. Do you have, Alex, do you have a League of Legends company? Do you have a League of Legends team?
Yes, we have a League of Legends team.
Guys, we are closing in on our panel. So I would like to thank the three of you for attending. I hope it was informative for our audience. And what can I say? I mean, Alex since you are the one that is very rooted into this, what can I say than just good luck to grow the team, to grow the industry, along with Tudor as well, which is clearly involved, especially in like making it more and more official and more mainstream. Christy, also, I would advise you to keep an eye on the industry and make the bridge between it and sport betting more visible.
Bogdan?
Yes, Michael.
Bogdan, sorry for interrupting. We have a question. Somebody anxious. Hello, I have started my esport journey in Romania in the Dota 2 scene last year. Owning a team and paying the salaries for my income is not that easy. I'm trying to get sponsors, but it's hard being in the incipient phase of this era in Romania. How can I get some help? Any ideas?
Alex.
Yeah, fake it till you make it. No, I mean, don't laugh. I was very serious when I say this because this is how I started off in 2015 when we actually established our team. And basically, initially, we had sponsors that only helped us with barter or even just letting a brand, I don't know, help you out with anything. Even if they send you, let's say, a product, I don't know, maybe a coffee or a cheesecake or I don't know, get some fake sponsors initially. Get some fake sponsors initially. When I say fake, I don't mean like actually falsifying anything, but you don't need anyone to pay you thousands of dollars, right? I mean, get some brands to partner with you and show that you can create good quality content and that you can create good quality reach and that you're serious and committed and you always deliver what you say you deliver. So this is the kind of recommendation that I would do. Be very serious about it. Don't expect to get tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of euros in sponsorships when you're just starting out, because it's the same in business. If I open a business today, how can I get 1 million euros in the first month? I don't know, because I've never invoiced anything, right? So I mean, take it slow and be serious. And yeah, just settle for anything in the beginning and prove that you can do it in the long game.
Thank you. I think the guy who was very anxious because he asked us twice got the answer. I don't know if it's the right answer for him, if he likes the answer, but this is the answer, the correct
It's the honest answer. It's the honest answer.
We don't have any other questions, so Bogdan, you can wrap up the panel. Thank you for the speakers, for your speakers. Yes?
If I could, he can use infos and presentation to take some good quality infos for everything on sponsorships from Sports Business Academy, you know. We have a lot of presentations from there and he can use it because it's, maybe the first question is, it has or not a presentation, because usually we are just giving emails and asking if someone give us money, you know, and he can use some good infos. Also, we have there all the industry right now, then he can use the infos.
And from the communication perspective, from the PR perspective, try to understand the brand, the client who you would like to have as a partner. Try to understand their audience and come with a proposal, a marketing proposal, in order to show him that you could do what you could do for his brand in order to communicate his values or his products to your audience.
Great. So for the viewer, there are you see 3 pieces of advice. So take advantage of them and try to make your best team to win those millions shown by Dan Iljovic in his movie at the beginning of the conference. Thank you for your presence here.
Thank you, Michał. Thank you, Bogdan.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Michał.
It was a pleasure.
We will take a break and then we will come back with a new panel called Esports, like solution for sport betting, which will be moderated by Arjan Kurtens, a very well-known consultant in the gambling industry. But first, let's have the break.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
The best path is the one that's not there, because we are in the process of creating it. We are here for the journey.
Salutare tuturor și bine v-am găsit la marea finală Superbet Open.
We help people build their dream.
Stick together, team.
We believe in passion.
Faceți mai multe uri aproape să veniți să fiți incredibili. Ce vrei face superstarul cel trăit? Se facă prin bun sus, câștigă runda.
We believe in esports.
Counter-terrorists win.
We believe in pioneers. We believe in the future. Superbet, proud sponsor of Digital Crusade and Superbet Open.
Reporting in.
The best path is the one that's not there, because we are in the process of creating it. We are here for the journey.
Salutare tuturor și bine v-am găsit la marea finală Superbet Open.
We help people build their dream.
Stick together, team.
We believe in passion.
Faceți mai multe uri aproape să veniți să fiți incredibili. Ce vrei face superstarul cel trăit? Se facă prin bun sus, câștigă runda.
We believe in esports.
Counter-terrorists win.
We believe in pioneers. We believe in the future. Superbet, proud sponsor of Digital Crusade and Super Bet Open.
Reporting in.
Hello again and welcome back. We are just a little bit late, but still on track. We are coming back with a new business panel called Esports, like Solution for Sport Betting, moderated by Arjan Kurtjens, the founder and the founder of Explainer and a very well-known consultant in the gambling industry. Arjan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Misha.
Okay. Hello to your speakers. Now you are more than welcome to take the floor and do whatever you want.
I wish I could do whatever I want. I think in these times that's more kind of a fantasy sports than a real sports, doing whatever you want. First of all, thank you, Michna, for inviting me to join again one of the panels of one of your conferences. It's always a very pleasure. And if we cannot attend live conferences, I think this is the best texting we can do. Welcome. For those of you who might know, I'm in a casino right now, in one of the Mercure casinos in the Netherlands, which was open for one day. And I'm helping here to close down the casino again, because here in the Netherlands, I'm based in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We're going to close down the casinos again until somewhere in May. But today, not about casinos, today about esports. With a very good panel and a very experienced panel. I've got two Andres and a Mario. In a moment, I will make a short introduction. First one is Andre, and now is my name calling, Andre Balanescu. Andre, welcome. You're still on mute. Yes. Can you? Yes, you're unmuted yourself.
Hi, everyone. Yeah.
Andre is the founder and CEO of Hutstats. And Hutstats is a statistic provider who say, at least in their advertising, they can turn your statistics into money. And I think that is a very good thing. Statistics for me is a very important tool. So we'll talk about that. Andre has been involved in this industry for more than 10 years and leads a multicultural and creative company pushing the boundaries of esports with unique solutions. Second Andre is Andre, and please help me with your last name. I tried, but I will not go there.
Yeah, that's Bill.
Bill. Okay. Thank you, Andre.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Andre is the sales manager of EveryMatrix. As we all know, one of the big providers for all kinds of online casino, online gaming solutions, from sportsbook to casino to everything. And he's been actively since 6 years in the iGaming sector, doing business development. EveryMatrix, which is a Romanian company but based in Malta, is already active in the market since 2008 with over 500 employees everywhere around Europe. Third one on the panel is Mario Ovcharov. Is that pronounced well? Ovcharov? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mario is CEO of UltraPlay, a sportsbook and esports solution provider. Again, thank you for the panel. This is kind of weird sitting like this and not being able to see really directly in the eye. So I'll try to make it the best possible solution. I want to kick off with a question, because maybe not all the people joining this conference are really familiar with esports. And I would like to ask each of you to describe one by one the biggest difference between esports and regular sports. What is, in your opinion, the biggest difference? So let's start with Andre Balanescu.
Yes.
Can you?
Yeah, thank you, Arjan.
So yeah, first, thank you for having me here. It's very nice. One of the big differences, esports is a video game that the people play competitive. Sports, as we know, traditional sports, people go outside and they play the game, and again competitively in different tournaments with prize money. So that's one of the biggest differences. But then you have a difference between the audience, what type of what's an esports fan and what's a sports fan, and what they expect. The esports fan is more tech savvy. It's more it's a digital, let's say he's more digital native. It's a digital native generation, right? Because the video games are on computers. So one of the biggest differences between them and what we've noticed also is that they are more focused on the live events because they are more engaged with the live event. And we've noticed based also on the studies that they want more information about the games and about the match itself. So a big difference is, what do you offer to an esports fan? You cannot offer to the sports fan because they want more information. So that's kind of like, to summarize, that's the big difference between these two parties.
Okay, thank you. Andre, other Andre, of course, what is, in your opinion, the biggest difference between esports and regular sports?
Well, to be honest, I will go from a different perspective here because I see a lot of similarities as opposed to differences. I think that, first we need to understand how esports became so popular worldwide, over the course of the last years. And I think that it's competition that sits at the foundation of esports, just like for any other sport. Football, basketball, tennis. It's very easy it's very easy these days to follow and become a fan, of a particular esports team or player, and I think it's the same thing as with traditional sports. People like tuning in, watching the pros play against each other in competitive matches, via live streams, and maybe I think this is where the biggest difference lies in the channels where we can watch those events being played. So in esports we have Twitch, we have YouTube, whereas as opposed to the traditional sports where we have, of course, most of them are displayed on TV, and most of the bookmakers, so the operators, would offer those via live streams or on their own website. Another difference would be that traditional sports are usually played on court, whereas esports are played behind the computer screen. So both of them can be played in an arena, but esports, let's say that they are kept mostly within closed environments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I had to mute. Like I said, we are cleaning up the casino, so they're opening cabinets at this moment. 1 second, this will be over soon. Yeah. Mario, to you, thank you for answering, Andre. Mario, can you give your opinion on the difference or the similarities? It was a surprising turn. Thank you, Andre.
Sure. I don't want to repeat anything that was said. I agree with what both Andre said. To be honest, for me, just to add up, would be exactly the requirements that audience has, not only in terms of data, but in terms of presentation, UI, and simply the way you acquire them, right? I would say that the channels of acquiring any sports content that has never betted on sports is slightly different than for the traditional sports. And therefore, when he comes to a website, he expects certain things that we outline that are not so mandatory for a regular sports site, like the live stream. And what Andre spotted very well is, again, the interest in live betting. We also see that since the very early days, they would maybe a 40-60% ratio towards the live betting. So this means that they're expected and they might wait for the match to start and then place their bet rather than the opposite. So therefore, you need to prepare good enough presentation for them to achieve that easily. And what I'm trying to say is that pretty much esports would need a dedicated space on your website to see some sort of better results rather than stick it next to tennis or hockey.
Okay, Thank you. But does that mean, Andre, you said bringing the more tech savvy, they need more information. Would you say that it was also that due to this esports, we were able to attract new players, a new group of players to the betting market, or is it because in the regular sports there are also people playing statistics, but it was not so supplied by the broadcasters or the owners of the parts. But did we attract a new audience to this gaming market?
First of all, we did attract new audience. That's one of the things, because after the pandemic hit and all the traditional sports were stopped, then operators also were pushed more to innovate and to bring new esports content. So they indirectly attracted more esports fans towards this. But at the same time, you had the generation that didn't knew from traditional sports, that didn't knew that much about esports, that were educated in this period. So you actually adapted let's say the older generation to the new type of esports and sports. So we noticed this increase, and you notice this in the numbers of esports betting. It was also in the previous panel, like $17 billion bets placed on esports. There are huge numbers that are around this, and they are increasing by the year. At the same time, you have the generation that started with virtual games, and they are becoming more mature. They have an income, so that's why they also make this transition. So you actually have a change of generations, to say like that.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, so we found a new market. We found a new target group to play. But isn't it, and to be the devil's advocate, is this just a replacement because there was a lack of real sports? Andre Bayou, do you think, like in all worlds, say, okay, now we had this year of a pandemic and we couldn't do it in the real world, but as soon as the normal life starts again in a form, the new shit will go away and we will continue just playing bets on football, on horse races, or whatever. Is there a difference between the real post-COVID, in your opinion? Are we going to maintain this new world?
Well, I'd say so. Although, this esports betting started years before COVID struck, yet the pandemic heavily increased the focus on esports, mostly in the online gambling industry. Yeah? So almost all providers were severely hit by the lack of traditional sports, of course, as you said, starting March last year, and this killed sports betting pretty much. Hence, we all needed to look for alternatives in order to keep punters engaged and nevertheless survive ourselves. And I'm talking here, providers, operators, and affiliates all together. So pre-pandemic, the numbers were quite low for most of us. I think there was little to no interest in investing in this vertical. However, starting April 2020, the numbers grew by almost 500%. Mostly in the main titles, which are FIFA, NBA 2K, CSGO, Dota, and League of Legends. I think the most interesting fact is that those numbers preserved in time. So in odds metrics, as an example, we still have FIFA in top 3 as revenue generators, which I think is a number that speaks for itself. So I would say that now esports is on everyone's minds and lips, and there are plenty of innovative products and features coming up. And yeah, I think it's no surprise that esports are taking off as just like any other sport did in the past.
Yeah. Okay. Mario, what is your view on this? Will it disappear, or is this here to stay forever, or will it kick out the regular sports from one side to the other?
Well, I don't know. For us, I cannot agree with what they say, because we have been in esports since 2014. Before any sort of hype, before any of the other companies were thinking in that direction at all. So I would say for us, the growth year to year has always been stable. And yeah, in 2000, because of the pandemic, we could see a spike specifically in what you guys said. So in the absence of sport, some of the punters that are betting on traditional sports looked and betted on
sports simulators that they sort of understand. I don't think anyone that coming from traditional sport turned around and started betting on League of Legends. We didn't saw such a conversion. Maybe some tries on CS:GO and stuff like that, yes, but everything went to FIFA and the other sports simulators because they're close to them. And football, whether it's FIFA or normal football, it's still the same rules. It's still the same game. Rather than esports have their specifics, and you need specific knowledge or experience with the game to be able to make some sort of prediction or decision and or know the teams. So for us, I consider the growth has been very stable for the last 6-7 years. And yes, last year we saw some increasement in interest from other operators, other product, whether feed or an iframe, doesn't matter, specifically to give its spot, but not like thinking specifically whether they're going to serve new audience or it's going to be an addition for their existing one. So what I'm saying, I think it just becomes slowly a mandatory thing that everyone will have, because how to say, I'm 30 years old now. I consider esports something that is benefit for our generation, not only in terms of betting, but in terms of games and everything. And we are now, people with jobs, families and stuff, and we shouldn't be considered as some sort of underage audience that's just dipping into the betting market. Even more, coming from games and internal markets, that audience is much more experienced in virtual transactions or simply betting than anyone else that's being onboarded here. So that's my take.
I have two more questions for you, Mario. Just for us to have an idea, as you said, you're very experienced in this market since 2014. What is what are the growth percentages in the period 2014, let's say, to 2019? So before we had this wonderful gift of COVID.
Well, it was steady, sort of 150 to 200% year-to-year growth, meaning number, but that's not just the growth of our potential. The industry grew itself, right? Much more tournaments, much more leagues with much higher prize pools, attracting much more professional teams to go for the next level. Because I'd say, I'm sure that for someone that doesn't know, there are some kids that they're like, hey guys, let's go to this tournament and win $1 million. It's not like that. It's the same structure as any other sports organization in the world. They have coaches, therapists, strategists, everything, the whole shebang. So everything became on a much higher level, and much bigger organizations from different businesses entered esports. And now speaking, we have outlined top tournaments, outlined stars and top teams. So we were just there to cover what was happening, and it was a natural growth for both outside of betting esports and betting for us. So I would say steady 100, 150 to 200 year to year, and then maybe 300 in during the spike last year because of the sports simulators taking into account. I can say that before that, sports would be zero, right? Like less than any other game.
And saying, second question to you, Mario, saying that you're only 30 years young. You're not 30 years old, you're 30 years young. You said you like esports better than normal sports? That is, you're more tend to watch esports than to normal sports?
No, for me, maybe it's a little bit different because I've been training sports since I'm very young. I still watch a lot of other sports. No, for me, maybe it's not, but I cannot measure what would I watch more. I'm just saying that others this age are watching esports and are following. And what I meant by saying that it's not just like some young 16 to 21 that don't have jobs or not able to spend. I'm saying that in esports, we have VIP players developed over the years. People that are regular betting, this is the only thing they bet on. Now, for me personally, I do watch other sports a lot. And I think there's others that follow, top sports and esports. But that's not so common.
Okay, thank you. Andre Barinescu. I think in this area you're a technology company than a gaming company. What are the current challenges for you as a technology statistics provider in making the next step?
Yeah, well, one of the biggest challenges is the data and how the data is supplied and the quality of the data that's supplied. You have the data in esports is very dispersed. It's not as you have in football, for example, where you have a very mature data providers that have increased coverage. So in order to have increased coverage, you also need to have multiple providers, and you also need to have good data from them. So that's one of the biggest challenges. You need to have multiple data sources. You need to create that information to make it, simplify it, and to make better predictions, let's say, because at the current moment, for example, raw data from a Dota 2 game is almost as much as you would have from an ATP tour for 1 year, the entire year, the same amount of data. So you need to take in consideration lots of data points, because that's how, and also it's very fast paced, everything that's happening there. You are checking how many clicks they have per second, something like that. So per second. So everything, the outcome, I would say like this would be one of the biggest challenge, like to have good data in order to supply the best information to your punters. And if they are esports, definitely they want more than you would see, oh, who won the last football match? Yeah, that. But now in esports, that doesn't give me that much. I need to know a little bit more, and you need to know a little bit more about the esports team that played, how they played it, what happened actually. And that's what we are trying now to fix by getting all this data at the lowest granular level and work with that. We worked with this before. I was in video games I develop also video games. I have my friends at FIFA and so on. Like I know the industry, let's say, very well, and I know how it works, the data. So I know also, like, from this part, from gaming, you need to simplify it a lot for them also to understand. So you make a smooth transition.
Yeah, because in regular sports for the last year, the availability of data has grown enormously with football players who have sensors in their shoes, so we can see exactly how many match meters how fast, etc. All kind of technology on the tennis court, all the track of the ball, betting opportunities in who scores first goal, first yellow card, etc. That has expanded enormously. When I was 30 years, which is in the long time ago, the only thing you could predict was the outcome of a match and maybe the score at halftime. And now already the possibilities to bet all other regular sports events is much more complex. The only thing which is very simple is in Formula One, because Max Verstappen will, of course, be the number one from now on. Not that. So, what you said, there is a vast availability of data, and to translate it down to comprehensible data for your players, that is, maybe almost impossible. So, what kind of different kind of betting opportunities are there in esports, which are going to be in the future of esports?
Do I pick it up? Can I pick it up?
Yes.
One of the simplest things you can do is that the video game is always like you have visual feedback about what's happening there. So what we are building building widgets that you always have interaction with what's happening in the live game. So we use this official type of data in order to build events that will occur in few seconds. So that's kind of like, and the punter at the end has transparency because he notices what he's doing. It's not like for example, where like how many corners there will be. I don't count the corners, right? But if I say where will be, for example, in FIFA, where will be the next corner, then it's a very interesting market because I can visualize it and I will know, yes, I see that I won or lost. So it's me. So that's why I said, like, also it gives them the fast-paced response that they need because we are living in a very fast-paced environment at the current moment. So always changing, everything goes. So that's why this type of content where they are engaged with the stream, but it says, it explains to them, hey, this is where the next kill will happen. For example, in the now Counter-Strike, they understand what the next kill, let's say, element means in that type of game. So you need to create kind of a tutorial and to have visual feedback, always visual feedback on this. That's kind of what we are also building now with our betting widget and building our own solutions to give them more insight, but visual, because that's what that's the focus at the moment.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. Any of the other two something to add to this question or this topic?
Well,
Mario, Andre.
Yeah, I might have a few words here. So as with any area, scaling very fast, and with the greatest growth being driven by younger consumers, it's clear that you need to focus on them and come up with anytime with new markets and innovative tools. So I think that, as Andre very well said, we are talking here about different markets, different betting markets, yeah, and they are very fast paced because the actions in esports happen a lot faster than with traditional sports. And a very good comparison between corners in FIFA compare them to traditional football. Yeah, you need to have technology-wise, you need to be very very adapted to those challenges, and in the same time innovative, I'd say. And of course, come up with an offering. It's not only about coverage, and I think that everyone focuses on coverage. You want to have the highest number of events, the biggest number of titles, and overall quite a nice offering, so that I'm talking not from the perspective of a provider, yeah, so that you can make an operator more powerful in terms of this offering. But in the same time, you need to look forward and understand the needs from the perspective of those fast-paced markets.
Okay. And Andre, as with every matrix being a provider for both traditional sportsbook and esports, is there a difference in the top three sports from regular or traditional sports and the top three games as for esports?
Well, I'm not sure about the difference, but when it comes to revenue generators, yeah, and I think I picked it up previously in one of the questions. So for us, we had quite a huge spike last year compared to what Mario said. Yeah, we didn't focus that much pre-COVID on esports, but then the focus shifted once the pandemic hit and with the lack of traditional sports. So now our spike was 7 times higher, yeah, this year compared to last year, which is obviously more than 200%, and it was even a surprise even to us. However, FIFA still is our number 3 in sports revenue generator. That's why we have football, tennis, and then of course FIFA, which again, speaks for itself.
Okay. Mario, other question from you, as you must also be tracking your players, punters, and from where they come from. Again, compared to regional lovers, you love your local football club. Like I said, Max Verstappen will be world champion. Do you see the similar behavior in esports? Is it also a friend of mine runs a basketball team from Turkey, and they're Wildcats. They're really good, and they have local fans, but they also have an international group of fans who come from all kinds of different areas in the world. Is that typically about esports that the fan base is wider spread than traditional traditional sports?
Well, I can say that esports is actually more to the broad audience rather than to have like I'd say you could potentially have like a local club from your city or something like that, but that's very rare as the other people mentioned, many of the tournaments, not only during COVID, but before that, you only get finals in the final stages of the tournaments, which are played on in arenas and stuff. Otherwise, everything's online. So having that said, first of all, there's not much for them to go and feel and see and become like a super fan of someone. So I would say that you can be a Russian person with a favorite team from Brazil, and vice versa, a Chinese person with a favorite team from Sweden, and that's very common. So again, in the cities where there were situated teams with local players, that's very rare to happen as well because a team is super international. You have transfers in teams. So if you let's say that even the organization is Russian, you might not have even one Russian player there. Therefore, why would the Russian fans support something that has no players are there? So in esports, it's even more broad than just supporting a local team like it in esports. For us, we cover every region. Um, Still to this day, Europe, I could say, of course, Asia is much bigger in numbers, but the way the Europeans fans are, and still who is the people that create all the content, all the top managers, coaches, biggest stars, in the biggest titles, they have still be Europeans, specifically CIS region, Western Europe as well, for that kind of, because esports is slightly different than just being a gamer. That's what I think Andre started with first. You could play a game for years, let's say a game that doesn't have esports as well. So you are a gamer, but you never watched esports. So yes, they're connected, but there can be a huge gap too. I might have played games for 20 years, never watched a single match. Rather than quite opposite in regular sports where you play football every not watch a match. I don't think that's possible. So yeah, that's what I would say. It's very this is the thing that's very international, allows you to watch and follow stuff that are not close to you, and just that's the way it will continue to develop, I guess.
Okay. Andre Barnescu, I see you nodding to these questions.
Yeah,
Silver
like I agree
experience?
with Mario. He's completely right. And one thing I would like to add here is that we also notice that esports as a whole, it's growing a lot lately. Like US, Canada, like you see a lot of investments there, and Canada is opening up for betting. US is opening state by state, and the easiest way for them to penetrate and get new customers also, like in a bigger area, they are focusing on esports, and you can see lots of companies going like public there and trying to focus on this. So coverage wise, you will have a very broad audience, and football clubs, even football clubs like traditional ones, they have a broader audience because of esports. So you tackle not only the regional and you are a fan of a certain football club, but you actually now can target like in Asia, and they are fans of that team. So yeah, I would say the audience is quite widespread. And by the way, if you are talking about Aryan, about the Wildcats, it's Istanbul Wildcats, correct?
Yes, Istanbul
So
Wildcats.
they also have a very nice esports team, as you know. So
I know.
that's
I was mentioning the esports team from Istanbul Wildcats. That is run by a good friend of mine, the esports team.
It's a very, very nice nice team.
Yeah, I know. Andre Bill, is it safe esports betting? How do I know? For a real match, I know that Real against Paris has been played. How do I know that as a player for esports?
Yeah, very good.
The same way.
Yeah, it's pretty much in the same way, and I think that pretty much everyone trying to venture in this new vertical is asking the same question every single day as they used to do in the past. But the days of solo gamers mashing buttons in a dark room are quite long gone. The reality today is that we have arenas packed with thousands of dedicated fans watching teams of athlete gamers, yeah, compete for up to 25 million euros in prize money, which in many cases may be a lot more than with professional tennis, snooker, or even football players. Yeah, so the prizes are quite huge, which makes you think that esports attracted massive investments and created opportunities for everyone. Hence, the risk is very much spread as it is for traditional sports. Yeah, and anything new is often target to mistrust. And I think that in gambling, this is mostly happening when technology intersects with it. When, for example, when online casinos first hit the market, there was a preference for live dealers, as players didn't believe that a software-based card game, yeah, can be trusted. So even today, many superstitions continue to circulate among those gambling customers. But it comes at no surprise that when esports hit the world of gambling, there were a lot of people and a lot of reactions, especially from those uninitiated in this field, yeah, ones of mistrust. But I think that it's safe and people need to understand it as such. And competitions are organized in pretty much the same way. I think that because of the rules and parameters for games in esports are encapsulated within the games themselves. So this should be the main point of trust here, more or less, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
If I cannot, to give an example with regular sports, if you get caught cheating or trying to set up a match, I don't think there's a sport that for first time you get banned for life, right? In esports, for any breach, you get banned for life. So what he mentioned, there's a lot of prizes on the roll. The level is super high. And if you do one stupid thing, that's it for you. No second chance. No 5 years ban, 2 years ban, nothing like that. For life.
Okay. That is good to know, because that is a big difference.
One other thing that, if I can add here, is that there are lots of things happening also to protect this type of credibility, because, like I said, the esports market as a whole is around more than $1 billion, but there are people betting 14 billion. So there is very high pressure, right, on this. The prices are not that high, so there is a lot of pressure. So there are things happening, like you have ESL was the biggest esports tournament organizer, and they collaborate, for example, with a big data provider company to create fraud detection systems, and like they apply the same rules that it's already applied in normal, like traditional sports. And you have now an esports integrity commission. It's like collaborating with operators, providers, and teams, esports teams, and so on, to try to keep all this under control. And it's still evolving, definitely, but there are things what you have to do. Also, we are focusing now, because we are working with this, let's say, low granular level of data, and we want to create patterns and to find out patterns when something is wrong. And then we can have our own detection. And because we understand the data, we understand the game, and we also understand like what's happening from the operator side with their risk. So these type of solutions will definitely improve credibility, and will let a little bit the esports market grow in the end.
Okay, thank you. In the same theme, I'm very curious on what you're doing in the area of responsible gaming, because this is a very big topic in the industry in general, and especially if you're talking like this, like esports, like FIFA. Let me give you a small anecdote. I've got a 18-year-old son. He's graduating this year, but he plays FIFA on his I think Xbox or whatever. He is in crypto with an app growing his crypto. He's watching football seeing Ajax win the cup finals last day. So now he's 18, he's allowed to. But when he was, I think, 13 years old, 5 years ago, I wrote an article because he won €60,000 betting on a Barcelona game. And he was betting that with his FIFA coins at that time. So already from his 13-year-old companies, and he could transfer his FIFA coins to a betting site, and with the betting site, make a bet in FIFA coins on a real game. So you guys, the fantasy guys, have been making my son into a gaming addict at his 18th. He is putting his savings into crypto.
Exactly.
Mario, I see you smiling, Mario. Why are you smiling?
Yeah. Because that's one of the points I said earlier. This audience is coming already prepared, educated, knowing much more than you would ever know.
So you should be forbidden. You should be forbidden because you are making my son a gaming addict at his 18th.
Well, all the advertisements on TV and around the web are not.
Oh, but your Electronic Arts is educating your future audience.
That's why you have heavily regulated Electronic Arts in Belgium, and like with the loot boxes and so on. So there are things happening there, and yes, I agree. But it's trying, because you need to understand also the publisher, the developers. On the one side, they need to increase their revenues, and then you'll have like they apply certain methods. The same you have in finance. So you said crypto, right? Crypto. Honestly, I like our previous company was with crypto, and we were doing all that, and I believe in that, and it will grow. So it's a smart move. So is it because he became more mature at an early stage, and he was educated with 5 years before he could have placed his first bet or first? Is the same thing, and people try to make correlation between gambling and finance, and say like, yeah, finance is very different from gambling, but the current trading platforms, because we develop high frequency trading platforms, the current trading platform with their behavior is nothing else than what you see in gambling. Behavior wise, they have the same principles. So there is already a line connecting them, but people don't notice and have different regulations.
Yes and no. Of course, there is the same, but this would be the same as offering roulette and blackjack and slot games to a 14-year-old school public as a and there the casino industry has learned to be very restrictive and to be very defensive, because if you do that. So I think there is a big difference, and my question for asking that is that maybe there is a big role for companies like you to. I'm in gaming, so I'm not against gambling. If I was, I would not be sitting here in a casino talking to the gaming industry. So I'm not. I'm all pro responsible gaming. So if you know that your audience is already starting earlier, if you educate them well, there's nothing wrong with people making a bet as long as they can afford it in time and in money. So there is, I think, a big role also for companies like Every Matrix, who is a provider for the whole range of products, to see, hey, if I in this part of the market, as in esports, I see my audience being younger, what can I do to educate and to help them?
Yes, of course. So Arian, you're right, and yeah, since the question was around responsible gaming, if you allow my joke, then I think that you should apply responsible gaming with parenting back at home. But don't allow him to start betting when he's 14.
So I have to take away his Xbox or PlayStation, and so he can't play FIFA. Yeah.
No, but you see,
out of the room, yeah.
Honestly, in US is forbidden to place bets on underage, right? Like if there are underage adults or minors.
I think it's the same in Europe, actually. And
no, Europe doesn't have the same rigorosity, like for the same in esports especially. Like you cannot place bets on teams with underage, because you can place bets on all the esports teams, but in US they don't allow it. If an esports team has, let's say, a 14-year-old male or female there in the team, so they already took certain steps in that regard. Europe is more free in this sense, but they are doing something else on the other side. So it's a constant collaboration between all the parties. And I agree with you. It's like the publisher, how you advertise, and what you can offer. But at the same time, a 14-year-old shouldn't have the opportunity to go and bet like anywhere, because that's kind of a part of the gambling, let's say, responsibility.
Well, the US, yeah, sorry for my 2 cents here. So the US is still an emerging market. Yeah, it's probably the newest market being regulated nowadays. And of course, they've learned from the mistakes of the past. Yeah, so they know everything that's going on in Europe and across the globe. So now they apply all this new regulation in, let's say, a more structured way. They are coming up with the new measures and making sure that, you know, everything that we didn't adapt to yet, yeah, will happen faster. But I think that Europe will follow very, very soon. And here again, talking from the perspective of a platform provider, yes, we are applying responsible gaming not only in casino and sports, obviously with increasing our esports offering and focus, definitely we will adapt and evolve in this niche as well. So,
okay. Okay, thank you for your answer. I will go towards a wrap up so that at the end we can ask Michna if there are any questions. But before we go back to Michna, one final question to all of you, Andre Biu, starting with you first. What's your prediction as in what is the innovation or the new trend or what should be developed in esports? What is your vision or what in the beginning of 2022 will be the new news from the industry?
Well, again, I think one of the biggest trends that the esports industry faces in 2021 is simply the reality of explosive growth following the experience we had back in 2020. Yeah, according to some stats, we can see that 70% of people between 16 and 64, yeah, play some form of gaming. So, as Mario well said minutes ago, there's a very broad audience, and you know it also maps an increase in viewership. So I think that everything related to live streaming, visualization, any kind of content providers, yeah, for this esports market are very much welcome, and there's plenty of room to innovate. I think partnerships will be quite of good value within the next months and years as well. And I think that, for example, what Hotstats is doing is a very, very good idea. And of course, Andre provided quite a lot of details on that. So we're talking about a market which estimates that by 2022, we will have around 650 million viewers, yeah, which is roughly 20% of the viewership of what football has nowadays, yeah? And that was built over the course of 100 years compared to esports, which built it in more or less 8 years, yeah? So I think this is where we should focus on. Yeah, provide a lot of content, a lot of tools, educate people, and you know make esports more appealing to them.
Thank you very much, Andre. What is your surprise or your news for next year? If we are 1 year ahead, and we will talk again, it will say, "Damn, Andre was right." What is it that you were right about?
So building the fast-paced environment, the live betting, and with constant feedback for the customer, and that's why what we are building now with AI and machine learning, we are building, let's say, different type of predictions for positional type of betting, where, like I've mentioned, it's not like how many corners you have, because that you can see that in a football game, but where will be the next corner, because a FIFA match has around 9 minutes compared to a football match 90 minutes. So there are different, the events are different, and like they are the same, but the frequency is different. So you need to adapt to that type of frequency. So that's kind of what we should steer on visual feedback and placing lots of, let's say, focus on the data that you have, simplified, and make this a great product, let's say, in the end, for a great experience, to say it like that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mario, you as the last being the CEO of one of the founders of companies in this industry, you were there already from the beginning. What is Ultraplay going to present us in the future? If you can unmute yourself, you're not the only one hearing yourself. Then we can also listen to you.
Sorry. I agree pretty much what they said. For us, again, keep following the trend. Keep how to say, there's many games that wish to have esports scene but are not very well developed for betting games from the battle royale genre, which is the most played right now, but unfortunately does not have any sort of betting coverage. Maybe we'll see more potential in that direction. And again, just simply having a better, more accessible, and appealing product. That's crucial.
Okay, thank you. Michna, you're still there? Hello. Panel to Michna. I think he's going to get coffee.
No, I'm here. You thought you got rid of me? No, I'm here. And
yes, yeah. No.
Actually, we have some questions, but before that, the pictures behind Andrei Bălănescu remind me about an English joke saying, if you know why the giraffe has a long neck, because it has to reach its head. So it's English humor. Let's have the questions. First question is for you, Arjan. Is that Holland Casino from the downtown of Amsterdam, where you are in?
No, this is Mercure Casino in Almere.
Okay, so for the listener, no, it's not Holland Casino. The second question. The variety of the best that can be made on esports events, CSGO game, Dota game, LOL game, it was bigger than in football or tennis or basketball. Will it take over the normal sports? This is one question.
Andrei, is it yours?
Yeah, Andrei, you go, Andrei.
Just my 2 cents here. So I think it's very, very difficult to say if those three esports which are more or less very, very specific when it comes to esports. As Mario well said before, we have FIFA, we have NBA 2K, which are similar to the traditional sports because they offer you the same perspective, same number of players, even if it's virtual. Whereas those CSGOs, Dota, and League of Legends, they're very, very specific. I think if the market increases to a certain amount of players, it can compete. But I don't think it can take over traditional sports eventually, even 10 years from now.
I want to. Can I say something? Like, my vision is totally different because I work in tech and all that for some time. How to say, like, expectations and desire, like what people want, they change. And now with more, we are becoming more and more in digital. And okay, it won't be 1, 2 year, 5 years, but it might be 10, 20 years. In 10, 20 years, do you expect, like you've mentioned, Arjan, your kid is playing FIFA, how often does he go outside to play football? And do you expect that the education in 10, 20 years where that we are pushing everything to be digital, it won't replace this traditional sports? I would say we'll have a bigger chunk with esports because people now, you see, they are more, let's say, attached to their mobile devices and to computers and to whatever they are doing. So they are more digital in their interaction as well. So 10, 20 years, I don't think that you will see that much of traditional sports compared to how you will see esports. It's easier. And also, you need to compare to something else. Traditional sports itself is it's a very expensive entry for someone that wants to become professional. And this allows in esports, me as an individual, and this is what we are changing towards. Like the new generation, they want to be rewarded for their own input. So esports is giving you that, is is allowing you to perform in an environment, to become competitive in an environment that only depends on you and not on third parties, like you had in football. Football clubs can say, yeah, I don't like you because that coach doesn't like you to get you in the team. So in here, you can prove yourself. And that's the big difference. That's how I see it. That's why I said, like, I see it a little bit different.
Okay, Mario, your view on this? Is there anything you want to add, Mario?
I think it's very brave to expect that. I keep more realistic. Increasement will go, but professional sports, football has been here for 120 years for a reason. Still, many of the young kids follow it and everything. Whether it will transmit to, I cannot share. But for me, that's too brave. Esports will overcome regular sport.
I agree.
Let's say they'll get their own spot.
I agree with Mario. One thing here, Mario, I agree with you. But at the same time, 100 years ago, we didn't have computers. So
no, but I'll give you another analogy. Overseeing this life for more than half an era, there was cinema in the past, and then around the 80s, 90s, the VCR turned up. VCR would be the death of cinema, because who would go to a place where you had to pay per one person, travel there, go back, if you can watch the same movie from the comfort of your house? What did cinema do? Cinema reinvented themselves, made Dolby Surround, Dolby 6, Dolby 10, Dolby whatever, with all kinds of... Then Netflix came up. Netflix would be the dead of cinema. I don't think that will be the dead of cinema. As long as the cinemas can reinvent themselves and make that consumption of a movie in a different package, it will never disappear. Are people watching Netflix? Yes. Did people watch movies on the VCR? Yes. Did cinema disappear? No. If cinema would have been staying the same as in the 70s, as in really tight chairs with your legs up in your neck to watch their movie with that bad sound, cinema would have disappeared. Cinema reinvented themselves, and I think that goes for the same for esports, sports, online casino, land-based casino. If you sit still and do nothing, you will disappear. If you also reinvent, you will have a permanent place in people's life. In balance, so yes, esports will chuck, but esports will never drive out cinema.
No.
I think the emotion of doing a real sport game or watching real people kick each other in the nuts will be there and will never disappear.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second, we have
very good example,
another question
right
strictly for Mario.
Yes.
Yeah, but before that, I wanted to add to what Arjan said, that the only dead in that description is the VCR. The VCR itself is dead. The CD replaced him. So Mario, for you a question. Everything going digital and the madness we have in the crypto market and the pace we have with esports. Example, you have a single game per week from Champions League where Ronaldo plays, but you can have 8 games in a day with your favorite player. Example, Dota 2 International 2019. In fact, on betting on random games, you can make bets on good games instead of random games. What do you think about that, Mario?
I got a little bit lost in the question, but let's say it. He is right that you can, but that happens very rarely. Usually, how to say, one esports match in a normal format consists of 3 rounds. Let's say 2 out of 3. So if they each take 1, there is a decisive match. So yeah, potentially an hour per map can give you like 5-6 hours of watching your favorite player. That's correct. In the example he gives, in a more championship format where there is you need to play more than once per day. Let's say you win your first leg and then going out to a second leg in the same day. Then yeah, you're watching pretty much potentially 7-8 matches of your favorite players. So, how to say? I think that apart from that, it's not like that same player will be playing every day of the year, right? It might be concentrated in some weeks, playing more or less, but then he might not play for like 2-3 months. The same way Ronaldo wouldn't play in the summer, let's say. Well, if that answers the question, I don't know.
So another question also for you, Mario. Dota 2 appeared 10 years ago, and in 2019 they paid for the first place as much as Champions League paid. What do you think about that? And another thing, League overcome Super Bowl in 2019 in peak viewers. What about this? How do you go back when we want to go ahead?
Well, how to say, if you give an example with the first international, then the prize money were obviously much less. So this just supports what we were telling in this panel, that the industry grows year to year. Moving forward, they have continued to increase their viewership. They have continued to increase the prize pools. For me, I have stated this in another interview. Dota is a very specific example because this is Dota 2. So it carried forward many of the players that played Dota 1, which everybody knows what it is. It was a patch, Warcraft 3. But then League of Legends came out, which is, there's a few factors that make it with higher player count. So first factor is it can be played on any device. Like the only condition is a dual core processor. Rather than Dota is a much heavier game, and in certain regions, the aspect where devices are a challenge to get, obviously, and expensive hardware, they cannot play that game. So when League of Legends popped up, many of the young generation, I'm talking people born after 2000, they're not playing Dota. So eventually, Dota could be like a VCR. Let's hope, but that's in our stats, in generally following the gaming world stats, they're transmitting to a more easier in the way they're being played, easier for the devices, games, rather than Dota, which is very heavy, very hard, like even for me or for anyone that comes in, it's just a hard game to be played. So that's my take here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mario. Thank you for being a keynote speaker in our conference. Thank you also to the other speakers, Andre, and thank you, Arjan, for moderating this interesting panel. Thank you very much, and hope to see you at our next event in May, cryptocurrencies, blockchain, and cybersecurity on the 26th or 25th of May. I'm not sure exactly the date, but we will keep you posted. Thank you very much again. And we will take a short break immediately, and after that we will go to another panel called Legal Payments and Compliance Aspects of Esports, Fantasy Sports and Sports Betting, moderated by Emily Helmer, Head of Compliance and E-Merchant Services, Taleron, Drihem and Company. So for now, thank you again, guys, and let's have a break.
The best path is the one that's not there, because we are in the process of creating it. We are here for the journey.
Salutare tuturor și bine v-am găsit la marea finală Superbet Open.
We help people build their dream.
Stick together, team.
We believe in passion.
Face calul de undă, aproape să ridici să vinți incredibil. Ce vrei face superstarul cel trăit? Se facă prin bun sus, câștigă runda.
We believe in esports.
Counter-terrorists win.
We believe in pioneers. We believe in the future. Superbet, proud sponsor of Digital Crusade and Superbet Open.
Reporting in. Let's go.
The best path is the one that's not there. Because we are in the process of creating it. We are here for the journey.
Salutare tuturor și bine v-am găsit la marea finală Superbet Open.
We help people build their dream.
Stick together, team.
We believe in passion.
Face calul de undă, aproape să ridici să vinți incredibil. Ce vrei face superstarul cel trăit? Se facă prin bun sus, câștigă runda.
We believe in esports.
Counter-terrorists win.
We believe in pioneers. We believe in the future. Superbet, proud sponsor of Digital Crusade and Superbet Open.
Reporting in.
Hello and welcome back to our conference, the fourth panel, dedicated to legal, payments, and compliance aspects of esports, fantasy sports, and sport betting. A panel powered by the Israeli law firm Tal, Ron, Drihem and Co., and moderated by Emily Helmer, lawyer with this company, head of compliance and e-merchant services. But before passing the floor, I will announce you the partners of the event. Diamond partner is Superbet, gold partner is Rombet, silver partner DGL Pro, supporters are Casa Pariwiro, Smart Game and Gesogono, media partners Sigma, Joko News, esportsmag.italy, and for reachonly.ro. So, Emily, are you on?
Okay. Thank you so much, Michnea.
Hello, everybody. Best of luck. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michnea. And I just wanted to say thank you to you and the whole team at Casino Life and Business Magazine. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to introduce our speakers today at this panel for legal payments and compliance, having to do, of course, with all the aspects of esports and fantasy sports. So first of all, we have Mr. Ido Brosh. Ido is the president of the Israeli Esports Association, and he's actually a board member of the International Esports Federation. He's definitely a specialist in his field, and just saying it wasn't easy getting him here today. He has a very busy schedule, but we're happy he's here today with us, and it's a pleasure to have you. So thank you for being here, Ido. Right after Ido, we have Kristaps, who I see just joined us. Kristaps Dobrais, he's the director of international sales at ConnectPay, a business partner of our firm. We've been on plenty of panels with Kristaps, and we really appreciate him and appreciate his work. So thank you so much for being here with us today. It's a pleasure.
Thanks, Emily.
After that, we have Mr. Asaf Stieglitz. He's the founder and CEO of Odds 1x2 and Playwise Casino. He's a computer scientist specialist, and he works a lot with affiliation and B2B activity. And he's a dear friend of ours. So thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Emily.
Not finally, excuse me. We have Mr. Yoav Datan. He's the co-founder of Genesis Global. He's a serial entrepreneur. He comes from the high-tech industries, computer sciences, and he's actually a dear friend and client of ours as well. So thank you so much for being here, Yoav. And finally, we have Mr. Tal Yitzchak Ron, chairman and CEO of Tal Ron Drihem & Co. law firm. He speaks in dozens of panels, and he's very well appreciated. And so thank you, everyone, for being here. It's a pleasure having you.
Emily, thank you, first of all, for joining my team in January. You know, I think that Michnea said lawyer, so Emily, if to be precise, she's not yet a lawyer, but she's our head of not yet. She's our head of compliance and e-merchant services, and really enjoys working with my team. I think that some of my clients already enjoy working with Emily and her team, like Asaf, like Yoav, many of her team also working with ConnectPay clients. And I think that at the end of the day, we are one big family. I see us as an ecosystem. Some of them are sitting here on my table, even weekly or daily. And I think that Ido Brosh, and the first time I met him actually was, I think, 2 years ago, right, Ido?
Yes, in 2019.
By the way, you can see that he's actually a very unique. We're all like lawyers or professionals, and look at this. He's sitting on a gaming chair. That's a gaming chair. He's such a geek.
Well, it's part of the field, isn't it?
You have to when you are working in an international association of esports or an Israeli association of esports for that matter, I think it's part of the job to stay ahead of the curve, you know. And I have a gaming guild. I play games all the time, including the top popular esports games. That's part of being able to, to lead certain aspects of the industry, is to know the industry and to know the communities that play. in this
Definitely
game.
feel the grounds and feel, the playing field.
I can think that, I don't remember if Asaf came with me. It was before Emily joined the team, but I remember your conference. It was the first and only conference on esports in Israel. Everybody was geeks like me. I was the children of the 80s. I was developing games on the ZX Spectrum. Many was young like Ido. Ido, you were born in like 1995, so it's different. And Asaf is my age, I think. But it was really, really
Almost.
cool. Almost. Wait, 75? You what?
I'm 75.
71?
I was born
1975.
Yeah.
The world belongs to the young,
Yeah. but it was really, really cool. Really, really cool. And thank you. And it's so now you're joining us. I know that Emily had a really, really difficult time to get a hold of you to join. So thank you to join. And I think that it's also very much also saying, Christoph, yeah, he was speaking with us on different panels, but I can tell you every time that we get really good feedback on his company.
He's definitely a busy guy over there at Connect Pay, so we definitely appreciate your time.
Busy.
Sorry?
Yoav is also, Yoav is very serious. Yoav, you rarely smile, right? I'm always, when I speak with Yoav, I'm all the time scared. It's like he's gonna eat me.
No, business is business, and my private life, I smile a lot. Don't worry.
In private life, when we go to picnics beneath our office in Sharona, we go, we see the sun, and he drinks. But you're vegan, vegetarian? What you are, Yoav? You're an activist.
I'm a vegetarian.
Yeah, very cool.
Okay, so are we ready to get down to business?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So let me introduce the first question. This question is addressed to everyone. How do you and your business bring extra value to your partners and members? And what do you think personally could be added to do it even better? Of course, I'm addressing business, but Ido, I'm talking about the associations. And I would love to hear from each of you. So Asaf, go ahead, please.
Okay, we are an odds comparison company. So we provide solutions for sports betting industry, and esports was always a buzzword around, but there were not many solutions about it. And last year, when the pandemic started, there was no sporting events at all, and we got a real demand of B2B clients that we provide services to give them something, because there was nothing. There was no football, no horse racing, no nothing. And we managed to pull in something like 2 weeks odds comparison solution for our clients, which was one of the only solutions out there. And these clients were very happy to have something on hand beside having an empty site without the football games, without horse racing, without nothing. Since then, we excel in this esports, and we found it's a niche which is quite different from other sports. And we are working very hard on doing some analytical data using AI to our partners, clients, and also for us as affiliates.
Great, amazing. So let me bring back the question to Yoav, if you would like to say a few words.
Yeah, well, I'm in the B2C niche, so it's my end clients are private people. So if I try to connect the esport thing, we look at it, all the researchers said that, esport is going to grow, esport betting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to grow a lot. So obviously we started in the game. We still don't have like a specific team dealing with it, but, we'll probably look at it more seriously in the next year or two, as the next gold rush in our industry, the betting and gaming industry, is the US, where esport, it's in the US, it's also the biggest in the world. And also there is a lot of cross-sell between different segments of betting. So I assume that with esports it will be the same. I mean, in the US. So overall, with regards to the esport, I think personally that it will grow. The market will grow even more because operators like us, with our marketeers, will try to create more interest and better products, and to this industry.
Great. Yeah, I hope really the industry comes through because, like you said, it's constantly looking for the next gold rush.
Yeah, we have it already. I mean, you can see it in the US. And I think with esports, the millennials, are seeing more and more esports. Betting products in esports are getting more popular. Even in-play games are, in all recent, there are more and more in-play, like in betting, like in regular sports.
Well, being an American, it's, esports and e-betting is part of the culture. And as funny as it is to say, it's about implementing that sort of, semi-culture within the millennials and making it bigger and bigger into mainstream.
Yeah, but it's worldwide. It's popular everywhere. I just wonder, from regulatory and compliance, how it will be, for example, in Asia, where China and Korea, are huge markets for esport. How will esport betting will evolve there with regards to compliance and regulation. But overall, I think the market will be bigger than the researches that I read, that predict the future of esports.
Yeah. Thank you, Yoav. Thank you. Ido, would you like to say a few words? Oh, Ido, we can't hear you, unfortunately.
Sorry, that's my fault. I was muted. I think that from our perspective in the international federation / national association side, it's a little bit different because we focus more on the competitive side, on creating the actual sport alongside the other stakeholders of the industry, which are tournament organizers, publishers, players, clubs, sponsors, among other. And I think that, we don't really deal with esports betting right now. We are aware that it's a thing that happens with our tournaments. We are aware that there are, of course, betting partners that some tournament organizers work with. But I think it's very interesting because there is less amount of regulation and rules of how to do it and where to do it than in sports betting. With that being said, the Israeli Sports Association is operating much like a national sports organization, right? We register players, we train referees for esports. We work with the game publishers to make sure that because here it becomes very unique in esports. You have the game publishers who own the IP rights for all the games. So we want to work with them to ensure that everything is compliant with their rules, but also to promote their games within the country, right? Within the country that the federation is representing.
Of course.
And on the international level, it's more about, supporting the national and continental members, creating more tournaments and more opportunities for players in terms of both competitions and careers. And I think, betting is growing alongside it as a parallel, but not as interconnected industry to esports. And it will be interesting to see how it will develop.
Can I ask you something, Ido?
Of course.
I understand that most of the revenues from esport are coming from sponsorships. Okay, I remember I read it somewhere, maybe even more than half of the revenues. So in the betting industry, okay, in the general betting, there are a lot of sponsorships going on. So you think maybe if more operators, okay, we'll get into the sponsorships of esport. You think it's something that the international esport are looking into it?
Well, first of all, it already happens. For example, some tournaments in the United States are sponsored by local or national betting operators there, or
Okay.
fantasy leagues and stuff like that. In other countries, it's less popular, but I think that in countries where it's allowed, for example, in Israel, it's not allowed, right? But in other countries where it's allowed by law, then it happens on some degree. And it's true that esports is mainly financed by sponsorships right now. And sponsorships is an integral part, but you also need to remember that in esports, you have the tournament organizers, you also have the publisher which owns the game itself, and sometimes they are not the same entity. And not always they want to be associated with betting. There is also the thing that, in terms of public eye, betting is not always a good thing. In some countries or in some cultures, it's a very acceptable thing, and in some other culture, it's kind of not an acceptable thing that is associated with negative sentiments. So I think that in esports, because it's very new, because most of the operation and the companies that are working on it are not coming from the sports world or other worlds, but they uniquely grown inside the esports world, they are very cautious about that. But I think the more there is mutual learning of the benefits and disadvantages of each option, then it will be easier to do sponsorships, integrations, and stuff like that between betting operator and esports companies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Christophs, would you please address the first question?
Thanks. So Emily and the rest, so ConnectPay, we're basically a big banking service provider, and we are specializing in enabling gaming, gambling operators and all sorts of affiliated industries basically to have, bank accounts and to be able to accept payments coming from their users, and as well as, to be able to transfer those funds later on. So what we're really trying to do is to make sure that the gold rush that Yoav was talking about and all the other ones, they have some place where to send that money to, right? And that's why we are devoting quite a lot of our efforts in really trying to understand the industries, either it's gambling, either it's sports betting, fantasy sports, so that we can offer solutions that are really, useful for them. So we're not looking to follow trends. What we're really trying to do is listen to our customers. I'll give you an insight. We tend to optimize our online banking platforms based on feedback that we receive from major users. Let's say
it's amazing.
Yeah, so let's say you have Genesis payments teams that are using it on a daily basis. They're identifying, there's some kind of lag, or there's some kind of functionalities that are really keeping them from optimizing their workflows, making sure that those payments are going quicker. And we're actually inviting them into conversations into our company with our product development teams and really trying to kind of better the experience for them. Now, one of our major struggles, and I think this is also for the banking industry in general, is that's why you see, these high risk kind of industries being kind of kept away from traditional kind of banking services. One of the major reasons is because they don't understand it. For them, they need a lot of overhead to analyze the documentations. A lot of these companies, they'll be set up, in many different jurisdictions. And so you need to kind of seep through documentations there to understand how the money flows. And so that's why you really need dedicated personnel that are schooling themselves, and that you also invite all the clients that you have to have a conversation inside to offer their insights on what is happening, what's the latest kind of issues that these industries are facing. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to really answer that from our kind of point of view. And at the same time, obviously, come up with the future of what the payments will be looking like, because we see that, sports betting, fantasy sports, it's especially with COVID and the lack of, traditional sports, they've been forced to specialize. And they're now, I've read that they're starting to bet on weather and all these kind of things. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep up to date to understand that this is not, compliance risks, that this is, a traditional move for the industry, and to be sure to be ready when they do come to us, that we are not declining them ahead of, having actually reviewed the documents, because we would not have understood it right there and then.
So basically, a lot of your work at ConnectPay is making sort of these tailor-made packages for each customer and their needs. And I mean, as I see it now, it's very similar to what Tal and I do at the firm. You know, we get clients with all different needs all over the gaming and casino and esports spectrum. And it's really about discovering the client's needs and creating creating a creative sort of solution that works, whether it's banking wise, whether it's payments, whether it's the legal aspect and the compliance aspect and how it all works together. So just, you know, it's pretty similar. But Tal, I would love to hear more from you.
Yeah, exactly what Emily said now. I cannot relate more. We are focusing, you know, we're not a law firm that has family law, torts law, maybe let's have also real estate law, and let's have also malpractice of medical stuff. You know, everything is fine. You know, I think that if someone wants to have and practice family law and inheritance law, it's fine, but it's not something that I enjoy doing. It's not something that I actually really understand how to do it. It's like, I believe that Kristaps and many others EMIs in the Baltics as well, they are very focused on online banking, on online services, on online. And this is something that we also tend to do in our firm. If someone will come, listen, I'm Mobileye and I want to be with the next Mobileye, so probably I will try to understand what they do because I have a first and second degree in computer science, I understand tech. But if someone tells me, listen, open me and let's start and let's do it. I have a really interesting real estate transaction in the middle of Tel Aviv. Maybe I want to join as a partner and buy some flats or some property, but I will not want to be the lawyer. And that's exactly, I think that's the point probably that Chris wanted to bring here. And I think that is what Emily tried again to say, to be focused and to concentrate on things that you really know. That's the best thing that we can do.
And I just wanted to add to it. I mean, even though you base quite a lot of your business on the tech, right? There's the tech element in fintech that we're trying to bring. You need to humanize the experience. You really need to devote a bit of time and kind of understand where your clients are coming from so that they can actually, do their business correctly, so that you don't kind of just look at it as another line in your Excel table that doesn't adhere to a couple of points and then, you decline them in a head. No, you really devote time and you understand what they need from you.
Yeah, I think that, again, the last thing that can be also mentioned here, and this and another, again, reason why to work with an EMI like ConnectPay it's much more agile, and to go and open a physical bank, let's go in Frankfurt, try to open in Commerzbank. Okay, so we are opening also in Commerzbank, face-to-face bank, but the KYC and the onboarding takes a bit more. Okay, in Singapore we work with OCBC and DBS, it takes a bit more. It's again for Vanuatu license company it can be better, a Curacao license company, in other places. But at the end of the day, I think services like ConnectPay that has and giving you a full service solution and gives you also a SWIFT and IBAN inside Europe, actually it complements many of our clients who actually need services like yours. And this is something that I really cannot thank more and thank Lithuania for offering this type of license. And of course there is flood. Personally, I know about 3, like ConnectPay and another, possibly 2, very popular. But now I think that it's like it's became a sport. Everybody opens like a new company. Like only in the last 2 months, I heard about 2 new companies doing like ConnectPay. And I'm saying, listen, you should always go to the source. And I think that
well, when we're talking about innovation and those really tailor-made solutions per client, I think ConnectPay is definitely on the top, and they do what they do well. So
exactly. Always I'm saying, don't put all the eggs in the same basket. So if Genesis have different brands, so one can be the ConnectPay, another with another. But at the end of the day, I think that having a good and stable solution, that's the best. That's in my idea. Yeah.
And
okay, thank you guys. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to quickly add, I mean, even though you see quite a lot of new EMIs being set up, and not just in Europe, not just in Lithuania, but across Europe, you really need to also look at which ones will ensure that your business is being able to kind of transact in the long run. And so that's why sometimes if you're looking at how hard it is to pass the compliance matters, the whole point of it is so that you don't endanger your other clients' businesses, right? That
Exactly.
they can assure that it's going to be there for them in the long run. So,
No, but
sorry,
Kristaps, no, Kristaps, you said something very, very sensitive. Many of my clients say, listen, this compliance pisses me off. And I'm saying, listen, compliance is not only a challenge, it's an opportunity. But I can tell you that with some of your competitors, not in Lithuania, by the way, the compliance takes so much time and it's really, really, really disappoints the people. So that's a side note. Okay, let's continue.
Okay. So we're moving on to the next question, please. The question is, what is the difference between operating standalone esports as of DFS and FS brands, rather than using them to extend existing operations of established sports and casino operators? So I would love to hear Ido on this question, please.
So I think that, again, I'm not coming from the betting world, and I think if esports is similar to something, of course, it would be to sports and other competitive things like, for example, the Eurovision, which has, as I understand, a very big betting scene. But I think that, for esports, as I said before, this industry kind of grown for itself by itself instead of being an outlink to some sports organization or another thing like that. And because of that, the relationship to betting is like, it's a little bit alien to the industry. So we're like, I think that as an industry, we are taking very cautious steps about who we want as a partner, and how we make sure that the community that is essentially the reason why we do all this competition and the driving force behind the money of these competitions is not just okay with the operation, but is happy with the operation. Just for an example, when I do a competition, eventually the sponsors are not paying for the best players that come into the event. They are paying for the viewers that watch the event. They are paying for the visitors that come to the actual event as an audience. This is where the money is. And therefore, we need to make sure that everything that we do complies with the audience and the esports gamers. I'm saying gamers in general, but also esports enthusiasts in particular are happy to be part of the operation. And from that sense, I think that betting should be very creative and tailor-made for the esports world for it to be very successful.
Great, thank you. I would love to hear from Yoav on that one as well.
Okay, I think as Ido said, it's only the beginning and it's growing. A few operators already took it very seriously, like Betway, and a few standalone companies like Skills and others, open their own and try to differentiate themselves from the rest. I don't remember which one, but one company even does commentating on the games and stuff like that. I think the big pack of operators like us, as I said before, we look more at it in the future, mainly because we're busy going into the US, like a lot of our colleagues, and because right now there is a lot of pressure in Europe regulation-wise. But as I told you, it's going to grow a lot. So obviously we're going to be there because the market is going to grow, the viewership is going to grow a lot. So it's just a matter of time.
Thank you. Yeah, you're definitely right. Tal, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I can tell you regarding that. I think that if you have a standalone, it will be very easy, to have maybe a Curacao license or a Malta license, and then, do it a very classic way. Take one of the gaming providers, open it, start very small, then go big, and then, see as it goes. If you go on
a way of having only esports and maybe a peer-to-peer esports, you might need a much smaller operation. Maybe you can, if you go only on the US, maybe you can get a legal opinion that you don't need even a regulation. If you go on Austria or other other European places, again, you not need a regulation. So it's very different on which type of business that you want to build, and according to that, you build the regulation. I personally think, and people will laugh about me, I think that, sorry, my friend Ido, and he's a good friend, and I'm really appreciating all what him and the federation does for esports. And I know that in the States, it's again a very big thing, and everybody speaks about it. I really think that esports is a good thing to engage existing clients and to add more offerings to operators. And it's not coincidence that even companies like DraftKings, FanDuel's, DFS, Esports, and FS, it's not their hardcore business, even though they started with it. And it's no coincidence that you have, and they're a very, very, very big client of us. I don't think that Esports, DFS, and FS is part of their main niche. I do think it's important to have it inside. I don't think it should be, maybe Ido don't think like me, but as a standalone.
No, I just, excuse me, I just want to interrupt with a very small thing. In the US specifically, okay, the big, you make different income from different verticals. Okay, the big thing in the US that the cross-sell between verticals is much higher than in Europe. I will give you an example. In Europe, the cross-sell between a sport bet, or if I want to convert him to casino, it's about 10 to 15%. In the UK, it's between 20 and 30%. In the US, it's between 60 and 70%. So almost every sport bettor is a casino player in the US, which means, and the casino, if somebody doesn't know, is the biggest moneymaker in our industry. And companies like me, we look for as much as exposure as possible. So it will not be enough only for the sports bettors and the casino. Okay, we will look at the DFS and the esports as well, because we think the cross-sell, is going to be high. Maybe not as high as the sports betting, but it's going to be definitely high. And a lot of people are looking for it, and companies like us advertise where people are looking for different verticals, and a lot of people are looking for DFS and eSport, and we want to be there. So once the player will come and play eSport with us, okay, we hope that he will play the casino and other verticals as well. So I think it's and in the future, I think that it will take over many of the sports that there are today. Maybe not soccer, but maybe more traditional. Maybe all the racings that there are. I don't know how the millennials are betting on racings like horse racing and dog racing and stuff like that. But I'm thinking, the more and more years will pass, esport will take over many of the traditional sports betting.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
And I would also like to quickly add, I know, Emily, that we are on time.
Yeah, we're a little
the
pressed
time
for time, but go ahead.
But quickly, just to Tal, who said I might not agree with you. Actually, I have no say in this or any opinion, because I imagine that in casino and gambling, much like in any other industry, it's ran by the popular demand. If there is demand for more esports betting because there are more esports audience, then of course it will be something that may be worth to invest in from the part of the companies represented in this conference today. But I think that the main thing to consider is right now the numbers are growing in esports, in all over the metrics. If it's engagement, if it's exposures, if it's viewership, And in this case, I'm pretty certain that it will grow in betting really quickly as well.
Well, it's definitely interesting, and thank you for adding that. We're a little short for time, so I think we're gonna just jump one of the questions, and this last question I'm gonna refer to Yoav and Tal, please. So Yoav, you're actually part of a well-established iGaming business group, and the question is, do you find a multi-license approach useful to the group? And then for Tal, what other tools are there in the sort of regulatory toolbox of an iGaming business? So this is more of the legal and compliance. So Yoav, if you could address this, please.
Yes. Yeah, I think multi-license is obviously useful. Even a multi-license in the same country is useful, okay? You know, where it's allowed, because, you know, especially in Europe, there is more and more pressure on the operators. So in some restrictions, you know, 2 licenses makes sense. And in other countries, obviously, I mean, we're always looking for the, you know, to go and get more licenses in more countries because, you know, most of the companies like us, you know, are focused on growth. And in order to grow, you need to go in more and more markets. That's the bottom line.
Okay, very interesting. Tal, do you have anything to say?
You're muted, Tal.
Steve.
I can't hear you yet.
I can't believe that Tal is muted, you know, with me muted. Me.
It's
you know,
it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think that people can hear me from there, you know, and there is the sea in Tel Aviv. Let's see if we can see, you can see the guys from Vilnius, and you see, this is the sea. Can you see that? Do you see from the camera, guys? Wow. So this is Tel Aviv shore. I think that even if we go now, and that's such a sunny day. And
stop teasing with that good weather.
Yeah, good weather, almost as in Vilnius, right? Mr. Kristaps.
Winter is still almost there.
Almost. Asaf, how was it?
Don't rub it in his face, Tal. Don't rub it in his face.
Nah, we'll meet him in Vilnius, and you know, he will show us the good places. After we'll play Find the Treasure Hunt. Look, I will explain how I see it, and I'm telling it also why I see, you know, it in Genesis, and this is something that I want all the delegates in this event to understand. Being the law firm representing Genesis for 6 years now, and Yoav is one of the co-founders there. He's one of the 4 founders of the company. They, first of all, are very, 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 very clean. And, you know, I don't know how can you say it without sounding impolitically correct or I don't know how to say it, but they are clean. They work clean. They are very compliant with all rules and regulations. And part of what they do is they have a multi-license approach. It means that they have licenses for several places, both in Europe and also outside of Europe. And wherever there is a new license, which is not very, I don't know, expensive, or let's say, which is cost effective, whether it's in Europe or outside of Europe, offshore and onshore, they have it. And I like it. And why do I like it? That's the way. The major issue now with most gaming companies, also financial companies, which is our other niche in the firm, are payments. And if you don't want to be stuck and get all the payments in crypto, and then worry how do you get it here in Israel or somewhere, and of course you need to declare it, but the trail is very, very long and complicated. If you work clean and you have multiple licenses, like exactly what Genesis have, you are on the best place. And this is what I personally recommend. So if you have a gaming operator, whether it's in esports, whether it's sports betting is something different, lottery different, but let's speak, you know what, even sports betting, because that's part of of what I was speaking in, put aside lottery, I would go easily on an MGI license, maybe an UKGC license, Curacao license, Alderlin license, as much as license as you can get. Depending on your budget, you'll get more and more players, more and more payments getting in, more and more clean track record. And to summarize that, and I believe that Yoav will be happy what I'm saying now. Probably Genesis Global will be one of the only companies that got the license suddenly disappeared from the UKGC and suddenly returned with no discipline at all. And this just shows you how clean they are. And if you see like 888 got like £8 million fines and they got zero. And I'm telling you, it's all because they're clean. It's not because we are the lawyers, but because they're clean. And I'm really happy to have Yoav with us on panel. It just shows how compliant people need to be and how to take a multi-jurisdiction approach is important.
Thank you. Thank you for adding that. So as I said, we're very short for time, but I would really love to do like a short little closure. So I'm going to address the final question, and I would love it if each of you, sadly, I really do apologize because we're short of time. If each of you could just do like a little 30 seconds and sort of so we can do this closure. So I would love to hear from all of you what your projections or expectations for your businesses or associations in this new decade. And if you have any further tips or comments, any sort of advice for our viewers, that would be great. So like a quick 30 seconds, we could start with Ido, please.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I would mention or put the spotlight on the Esports World Championship that we are hosting this year in Israel. It's a very big event that is going to not just be the largest event in IESF history, but it's also going to be the first international esports event in Israel, and the expectations are huge, and last year was amazing. If anyone is interested in working with a sponsorship, partnership, whatever, then I'm always available for any suggestion and questions, and I'm looking forward to inviting everyone to the event. If you would like to visit, just let me know.
Thank you so much, Ido. Asaf, who unfortunately we didn't hear a lot of, but if you could sum up.
I see esports as a different to traditional sports. There is a different characteristic of people. Millennials are more into it and less into horse racing, let's say. And what we are going to work really hard on is building something which is esports and not including all the other sports. And I'm projecting that the millennials will be the next generation of bettors. It's a fact, and it's what's going to happen. And therefore, I suggest to everyone that are right now into sports to think about esports and see the different characteristics on it, work on it, and build a product around it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Asaf. Kristaps, if you would like to add a few words.
Yes. So I'll completely agree with Yesaf on the esports overtaking traditional sports. I think over the next decade, we're going to see a massive hike in users and payments coming from that. And my real recommendation for not just esports, but all the other kind of high risk verticals that we are tackled today, embrace the regulation. I mean, it's there, created by the industry in some sense. There's a lot of inputs there, and the more we work with it, the easier we're going to be able to do business in this field, and the less problems we're going to face when it comes to either allowing our payments to come through or actually being able to attract users to our kind of platforms. So really, esports is the way to go, and and self-regulate as well.
Great, thank you so much, Kristaps. Yoav, if you could add just a few words.
Yeah, I mean, as I told before, the next gold rush is the US. The projection that it's going to double in the next 5 years. I mean, every year it's going to double for the next 5 years because more and more states are going to regulate. And regarding esports, because the US is still the biggest esport market, so I assume this will fuel the growth of esports betting as well.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Talron, could you add a few words to summarize this great panel?
Sure. So I think that we'll continue all in getting a diversification of activities. So if someone in the past had only esports, you see, and DFS or FS, suddenly fan dues and all these kind of, everybody are together. Everybody is together. You have all together in the same. If you have, and you are concentrating on slots, you have now other type of games. If you did, you can see Asaf. Asaf was a leader with odds 1x2. He did lots of interesting stuff on the sports. And, he came from computer science and he did really, really good stuff, which really converted. And then he entered Playwise as a casino, and now you do B2B. Everybody does everything now. I'm as a lawyer and a notary, sometimes I'm thinking also, let's enter other markets. Maybe I should be a PSP, maybe I should deal with crypto. It's very tempting. I don't want to do it, I want to have my friends and business partners have enough work. But at the end of the day, I think everything is one big ecosystem and we all need to be diversified. This is why, in 1 month from now, Emily, Jenny, and I were going, Jenny for my team, we're going to Dubai, to IFX Expo. We'll be there, gaming people, payments people, financial people, all together, even though it's a financial company. So it's very interesting to see all together. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you everyone for being here. It was a real pleasure to have you in this lovely panel. And thank you again to Michne and his team for organizing. And till next time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Emily. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much for this very interesting panel powered by Tal Ron Drihem & Co. from Israel. Thank you, Emily. See you next time in May, maybe, at the Crypto and the Blockchain Conference. We will have a short break. After that, we will view the last panel, Communication and Marketing. And the moderator of this panel is Andrei Frimescu, Marketing Manager from Game World Romania, a very well-known marketing manager in Romania and a very big company, a big gambling operator, this Game World Romania. So now we are having a 5 minutes break and the promo of our diamond partner Superbet.
The best path is the one that's not there, because we are in the process of creating it. We are here for the journey.
Salutare tuturor și bine v-am găsit la marea finală Superbet Open.
We help people build their dream.
Stick together, team.
We believe in passion.
Face stadiul de urcă aproape să vine și să fiți incredibil. Ce vrei face superstarul cel care închide? Facă pe morți, câștigă runda.
We believe in esports.
Counter-terrorists win.
We believe in pioneers. We believe in the future. Superbet, proud sponsor of Digital Crusade and Superbet Open.
Reporting in.
The best path is the one that's not there, because we are in the process of creating it. We are here for the journey.
Salutare tuturor și bine v-am găsit la marea finală Superbet Open.
We help people build their dream.
Stick together, team.
We believe in passion.
Poate faci de ultra aproape să finish serviți incredibil. Ce vrei face superstarul cel care se facă prin bun jos, câștigă runda.
We believe in esports.
Counter-terrorists win.
We believe in pioneers. We believe in the future. Superbet, proud sponsor of Digital Crusade and Superbet Open.
Reporting in.
Hello and welcome back to our last panel. Probably you noticed that it's better with timing. The speakers are making the presentation shorter and we can all go home in due time. So our last panel is dedicated to communication and marketing, has also a beautiful lineup of keynote speakers, and is moderated by Andrei Frimescu, the marketing manager of a very well-known Romanian gambling operator, Game World Romania. But before passing the floor to Andrei, I want to point out our partners of this event. Diamond partners were the very well-known group Superbet. Gold partner is a Romanian association, Rombet, probably the most active association, professional association on the gambling market. Silver panel is DGL Pro, which is a Romanian slot machine manufacturer. Supporters are Casa Pariurilor, Smart Games, and Ghesogono. And media partners are Sigma, Joco News, Esports, Mag.Italy, and For Reach Only.Romania. So, Andrei, are you on?
Sure, Mihnea, thank you very much for the introduction. We are ready and we are happy to start.
The floor is yours. Take care and good luck.
Thank you very much. I would say that my job as moderator is very easy because I have with me a group of very interesting panelists, and I'm sure the discussions will be very interesting as well. Let me start by introducing the panelists. I want to thank all of them being here together with me and with us, with all of us. And of course, ladies first. I will start with Lyubomira Petrova. Hi, Lyubomira. She's an established communication professional with more than 8 years of experience in public relations, marketing, and corporate branding. Leading Ultraplay's marketing team, Lyubomira uses her extensive knowledge and experience in communication to position and expand the company's brand, products, and solutions to diverse audiences and markets globally. So welcome, Lyubomira. I will move to Ms. Mihaela Mureșan. Hello, Mihaela. Welcome.
No.
Mihaela has over 20 years of marketing experience, 10 of which as marketing manager at IKEA. I think all of us have in our houses something from IKEA, and we struggle to put them in place. Yes, but Mihaela also worked for LG Electronics, Radio Contact, and Media Galaxy. And 5 years ago, she founded Brand Essence, under which she offers marketing and branding consulting for companies that want to grow, strategy workshops, mentoring programs, and specialized training courses. She's an expert in culture and organizational transformation, digital marketing services, social media, and integrated communication. I will move now to Christian Manne. Christian is an expert in esports and gaming market with over 10 years experience. As you see on the screen, he is so relaxed and has no problems at all with any kind of struggling with any kind of emotions and
Hello,
related to
everyone.
this participation. I will add that Christian is the founder and CEO of Agero, a company that helps esports and gaming marketers to save time and improve ROI. That is so important. He was the head of esports at Hattrick Sport Group and country manager at Bolt, and he's running now the leading B2B SaaS marketplace platform that helps brands to navigate in esports and gaming industry, data-driven, automated, and very important, measurable. Last but not least, Alexandru Gyurcău. Alex is a journalist with lots of experience in online and as well print publications, as he worked for top sports media brands in Romania such as GSF, ProSport, and Digisport. He was part of the pioneering team that produced content for the Pariori.ro website, one of the first betting affiliate websites in our country, as we all know. He has some valuable international experience from the UK, where he worked for the Ladbrokes Coral Group more than 2 years. And since 2019, he joined FEG Group as a marketing specialist for Fortuna and Casa Pariurilor brands, two of the most important operators in our country. And now, because Alex was the last one to be introduced, I would like to ask Alex to start his presentation. He will have a short presentation, and then all of us will start the discussion. Alex, please.
Thank you very much for this, Andre, and hello, everybody. Firstly, I want to thank our previous guests for their insight, because this is pioneering work in the world of the esports industry, and every bit of information is useful and can make or break a campaign or a communication initiative. I would like first to share my screen so I can put up my presentation as well, and hopefully you will be able to see it. Can everybody please confirm that they can see my screen?
Yes, Alex, it's working.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. So that being said, I'm very proud to represent this brand, Casa Pariurilor, that understood quickly that there is a shift in consumer trends towards the esports competitions. So without further introductions, I just want to present the basic marketing strategy that we deployed here at Casa Pariurilor in order to promote the type of bets we have available for esports events. So during my brief presentation, I will explain what is our target audience and also what type of esport games we have on offer for betting. Also, I will talk a bit about our live casino games, and also I want to make a pinpoint about the fact that this is a vital part of our future portfolio, and we're confident that this type of one-on-one interaction during a game is something that players really look for. In the end, I will present the channels that we also use in Casa Pariurilor for an effective communication with our customers. So if you're ready, I'll just start with a short presentation of what the esports are and how do we understand them in our gambling industry. Of course, we're happy to see that young people starting from the age of 18 have an appetite for our esports products, and this is not a surprise because most of them are players themselves, and the millennial generation has a great, I don't know, sense of understanding towards these new online platforms and games. Therefore, we only have one step for them to take towards being actively involved in esports. If not by playing, then at least by wagering on their favorite players. So on casapariulor.ro, as you can see, any customer can place any number of bets on games such as the ones listed here. The most popular of them all is Counter-Strike Go, followed by Dota and League of Legends. I've put FIFA at the end of the list because the volume of football tournaments is not that generous as we can find with the FPS, RTS, or RPG games. Now, going forward, I want to show you guys why do we think esports is a path to go on. So we found these four reasons why we think customers are going to embrace this in the gambling industry, because esports is just exactly like any other sporting event. It attracts a younger audience, and this provides for income in the long term. It's highly accessible, even during a lockdown, which was something we had a challenge to face. Although everybody in the industry was challenged by the lockdown, but online-wise, everything that came from gaming was well received by our customers, because everybody has a smartphone these days, a tablet, and has access to internet. So this is definitely the path you want to go on. Also, in the end, esports, they're dynamic, relatable to young people. They're real, and most important, it's live. It's what people actually want to see. Just to show you a few numbers of our business from last year. Obviously, I can't go into a lot of detail here, but I'm pretty sure this is an impressive number. The nearly 6 million euros in stakes have been placed on esports events. We had over 22,000 events on offer throughout the year, and obviously we did raise our offer starting from March 2020, when the pandemic abruptly stopped all the real competitions. Obviously, we had to find products to engage our customers with. As you can see, the esport with most events was Counter-Strike Go, the most popular one that I've mentioned earlier, with over 8,700 yearly events. This is how we advertised the new betting opportunities that arrived in the esports industry. So you can see most of them revolve around the football, because this is a very popular sport in our country. And although the RTS and RPG games are most popular, we did found great success with our FIFA tournaments. And this pandemic actually brought us a unique opportunity to test these new grounds. So with football being suspended in the whole world, our company supported several FIFA tournaments, some of them which involved actual Liga 1 football players, real players. There was a competition called Romania E-Cup, which was won by Darius Olaru from FCSB, a well-known player in our country. Now, between April and May of last year, we had great tournaments that were even broadcasted live on TV, which is a massive success that justified our interest in the area. Next, I would like to take you to the next step of my presentation of our online gaming activity, which is the digital era of the casino. Basically, today, everybody is one click or one touch away from the live casino tables. And obviously, the next question that's arising is, well, why is the casino and live casino becoming so popular? We found through surveys that we conducted with our customers that the studios have an authentic atmosphere for them, and the players can really enjoy their games from home, feeling like they are in a real lobby of a casino. Also, it's a better online experience through the mobile phone, and the enhanced dealer interaction is something that's really appealing to most of our customers. Since you can't go into a real casino place, a lot of these online rooms are trying to replicate the atmosphere from the casino, and they're doing quite a good job, thankfully. As you can see in my presentation, we know that big gaming providers are now trying to penetrate the Asian, African, and South American markets, because mostly Europe is being mostly entertained these days by the live casino tables. I wanted to show you what type of live casino products we offer at Casa Pariurilor. So apart from the generous welcoming bonus, you can see we have live roulette, we have live blackjack, and we have different types of roulette. All of them, from all of these games that are available on our app, I would say that the most popular one is the quantum roulette, which you can see in the left-hand side of the screen. This roulette provides a unique chance of a live multiplier. So basically you spin the wheel, and only after that some of the numbers get a payout boost of up to 30, 50, or even 500 times more than the regular number. So if your number is the one that's boosted and the ball falls on it, you can hit a once in a lifetime jackpot. It's a unique chance to get a big win, which you wouldn't be able to get from playing a regular roulette table anywhere in the world, actually. This is how we advertise our live casino products, and we're trying to reach out emotionally to people and try to make them understand that they can get a real feel of the casino just by being at home in their pajamas, to say so, if I may. Lastly, a very important thing for us during the past year was the communication that we had with our customers during the pandemic, because all of these games would reach nobody if our communication strategy wouldn't be effective. So during the pandemic, we faced the challenge of getting to our customers in spite of the sanitary crisis, the economic uncertainties, and even the lack of real sporting products. We did so not by being invasive, but by being relevant in our communication. So we used well-thought CRM activities, plus increased bonuses for the competitions that we had remaining. The customer service level grew exponentially because we knew people need a perfect service to continue their online experience. We try to be very clever about our mobile push notifications and web push notifications. And also a big help for us were the CMS screens that are placed in the shop windows in retail, because this is a way you can attract your customers when they walk down the street. They look at the screen, they can't enter the shop, they can't go and place a bet, but you can communicate with them, and this is the main thing that we were interested in. And in the end, we try to be clever about our media advertising and try to reach our people watching TV, and also trying to get a strong and strategic outdoor advertising placement, because although there's a pandemic, people still went to work and still wandered the streets around. It's just a matter of getting them on your app and getting them to enjoy a perfect online experience in gaming. So in brief, this is the presentation for our Casa Pariulor activity, and I want to thank you all for watching it and for listening to me. And hopefully we'll see each other next time out, maybe not through a camera, but in real life at the next conference. Thank you so very, very much, everybody.
Thank you, Alex. If you would like to stop sharing your screen now, we could, yeah, fine. Thank you very much. So first of all, congratulations for the presentations and for what you have done in this direction. I think you've made some very interesting steps, and you somehow penetrated a very new business opportunity. But speaking on this, I would like to ask Christian, with all his experience, to help us understand as a brand what challenges we will have in starting what you have done, in starting in esports.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, great question. I mean, we are keep seeing the same issue everywhere around the world, you know, and basically it's the education. Like all the brands around the world at this point in time, and I'm not talking only for performance marketing like esports betting companies, but I'm talking about let's say Levi's of the world, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and this answer that I will be sharing now, it's really coming from talking with even regional and kind of offices around the world, and it's very simple education. Brands are like miles away from understanding this industry, and sometimes I blame it a bit on agencies as well, being honest. It's I don't know. I love esports and gaming industry. You know, is my passion. I've been living here for 15 years, I think, and I really think I know this industry really well. But looking at advertising, which is you are at the intersection of esports and gaming, media, entertainment, advertising. I believe that I blame it a bit on agencies. And I'm not yet sure if they do it on purpose, like not educating the brands correctly, or they do it because they don't have this type of education as well. So it really depends, you know. I don't have like a clear answer towards that yet, but yeah, it's just education. It's a very different market, very different industry, very different mindset. Traditional advertising doesn't work. Like who else is saying that? I can speak for hours, you know, why and and how to do it properly. But that would be my simple answer. You know, it's education. It's a new market. Probably it's something normal. I haven't seen this kind of cycles differently. Maybe cryptocurrencies now in blockchain, you know, you could compare that. It's a new trend. Everybody, it's booming. So yeah, that's my answer to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christian. I think Lubomira can take this subject and tell us about establishing a brand in esports and iGaming. What are the steps?
So, of course, it's a long process, but I would like to mention a few things that actually helped us throughout the years, because as a sports betting provider with over 10 years on the iGaming market, we actually succeeded to establish our key product in the esports field. Like, we were one of the first to offer esports betting to online operators worldwide. It was in 2014 when actually nobody talked about so much esports. Like, this huge change happened last year with the pandemic and the effects of it, but it is a thing for many, many years, as you also know, and you probably, some of you have played these titles like CSGO or Warcraft and so on. But let's go back to your question. I personally believe that establishing a brand in the iGaming industry should start with thinking what you offer differently, what is your impact in the industry, what differentiates you from the others, and as well as what is your mission, vision, how you do your business in this industry, how you try to innovate. Because for me personally, innovation is something is a cornerstone in our industry. If you have innovation in with your product or the way you offer it, you surely will have an impact in the industry and will establish a leading brand.
Thank you. Thank you, Lubomira. Now, I would like to jump from the business side to the marketing side, because we are marketers, and I would like to focus on the marketing aspect, and starting, of course, with the audience. It's very clear that in esports, the audience is mostly in the millennials segment, maybe Gen Z, first years. And I will ask Mihaela how to communicate with millennials, because we all know that you are an expert in this matter.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Actually, I would like to explore this a bit, because in my view, it's much more than millennials. Just to tell you a simple funny fact, I have two kids. One is 10, and this is a boy, and the other one is a girl, and she's 13, a teenager already. The boy is an alpha, and the daughter is a Z. And they are playing games together. And I am not necessarily the mom against that. So, of course, they have some limitation in the time, you know, because they need to do homework and so on. But I had the chance to also study these generations. And I think it would be a mistake to focus only on millennials. You definitely need to work also with a Z. Z is the generation that they are now up to 25 years old. So it's the teenagers from today who most probably they are also your customers, and they will be the tomorrow customers. And alpha coming. Alpha is the kids of today, up to 11 years old. So so, and what I think it's important also to know a bit the difference between this generation. I'm an X. So the X generation is called, yeah, please, Andre, confirm that, the generation, the to have generation, the ones looking for statute, for prestige, for material stuff. Then it comes the millennials, to be generation, because, generations are growing in opposition with the one before. So then after X is the millennials, the Y generation, and they are to be. They enjoy life. They enjoy experience. They enjoy being. Mindfulness has created, I'm joking, by millennials. Joking, it's not like that, but just, to have. And then it comes the Zs. And the Z, from my perspective, is an extremely interesting generation because in a way, they mix many of the traits of the generations before. And by the way, they are called the true gen, the generation in search for truth. You cannot lie a Z. You know why? Because they know everything. If the millennials are native digital adults, the Zs are born digital digital kids, or born digital. So this means that they have the information at their fingertips. So they have no problem with finding information, with finding anything they want. That's why you cannot lie. They appreciate respect, transparency. But what's also interesting for us as marketers, they are extremely, how should I say, they are more pragmatic and more in, search for the material stuff as well compared to millennials. So what does that tell us? That, for example, material win, money as such, could be more interesting for a Z than for a millennial, just to say. But also you need to play right with them. So you cannot lie, you cannot fake it, you can't play fake with a Z. So I think as a marketer, we need to know when we communicate and when we offer, the value that Lyubomira mentioned before, the kind of value a brand is offering, definitely needs to look into this kind of audiences and generations, traits and interests and motivators. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mihaela. I was smiling. I was smiling during your talk because I have a son and he's belonging to that, and I cannot say how much I agree with you in what you said. Well, in this matter, I would like to ask Alex about communication with this with generation, about content, about how to write an article to go straight to the millennials and make them read it, make them understand it, and act on it.
Well, Andre, thank you. I was smiling as well throughout Mihaela's presentation because I totally agree with this. The new generation, the younger generations, they're very well-rounded. They know a lot more than we did when we were their age. And I just want to give a funny example. I'm watching a cooking show and I see 10-year-olds and 9-year-olds coming to the cooking show, and they know how to do such specific and complicated dishes. And I was thinking when I was 9 or 10, I didn't know how to barely eat, never mind cooking. It's a big difference. And one thing that Mihaela said, and is really true, is you can't lie to them because they have the information at their fingertips. And as a marketer, you're always at risk at trying to make an article or a communication channel about something you don't really know about, and you're not going to fool them. If you don't know what you're writing about, if you don't know what you're talking about, they will know, and you'll be out of context. You'll disappear from their interest and from their site from day one. But one important thing is I don't think the actual material is the decisive part of communication, but it's actually the channel where you're going to find them. And in terms of esports, we know there are certain popular platforms like Twitch, Hitbox, Zubu, even YouTube Gaming, and these are platforms where you want to go and do your advertisements and communication there, because you'll find the young people there. And like Mihaela said, even younger generation, they are still not legally bound to gamble or to play. If you catch their attention from a younger age, then you surely have a bigger chance of having them as customers in the future. Obviously, it's kind of a taboo subject in our industry, because you can't approach young people younger than 18. But if you have a presence on these platforms, you're surely going to be acknowledged in time. And also, a very important thing when you communicate is, I think you need to find the right esports audience, because people tend to put everybody in the same box, in the same category, which is not exactly true. Like sports gamblers, we have different types of players in esports. We have children or young people that want to play player against player, or some that would rather play first-person shooters or real-time strategy or multiplayer games. And you need to contextualize your communication on the exact game or the type of game that they are playing. You need to be genuine, basically. And in one word, this is how you can get to them. Know your stuff, know your games, and just try and make it look across like you're one of them, and you're just trying to build a community, because esports is about community. And if you're getting across the idea that you are trying to build one yourself, you have a bigger chance of converting and getting them to follow you, rather than just doing the same old marketing tricks, trying to get them to buy your product. They're way too savvy. They're not going to get tricked. So you have to be honest and genuine, exactly like Mihaela said earlier.
So I would translate them very simply, segmenting and targeting, yes, on the audience side. But I would like to come back to Christian, because okay, we have the audience. Mihaela and Alex told us about the audience, but what are the brands going to do to communicate with the audience? What, Christian, in terms of advice, what would be the first advice in educating the brands, and then helping them to bridge to the audience of esports?
Thank you. Really good answers, and I've been looking actually on Casa Particular communication around esports and gaming, because recently I am interested in the Romanian market per se. I like the fact that there are a basic marketing function, like one of the answer to your question, premium content is king everywhere in marketing. So building like amazing content is one of the best thing that you can do. But to the point that Alex said really nicely, that you need to find the right audience, that's the most important thing in marketing. There is a huge problem in esports and gaming. You can't really do it properly, because platforms like Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, where you are looking to do these marketing campaigns and advertise, they don't offer you this kind of data. So what you are going to do then? And I remember 7-8 years ago, I worked for one of the first esports and betting and fantasy esports companies from Canada. And I remember that the main problem that they had is they were constantly running the sponsorships, campaigns, using influencers, using esports teams, using events, but the numbers were really low on their return of investment. And the main problem is they couldn't know if the audience was interested in betting or not, and
you're shouting in the dark, basically. That's what it is. You're shouting and you don't know if anybody's hearing you.
Of course. And to the Alex point is, esports is a very different market from all the other sports around the world, because you have multiple games with multiple personality of audiences in multiple type of platforms. So it's really hard to get it right, and I think right now, as the most effective communication, the first one, I totally agree to the point that building a community is one of the first and the most important thing. you can't fool these guys. Like traditional advertising, buying Twitch pre-rolls, this kind of things doesn't work. I was actually in a small argument with a huge publicist, but from New York, as the office from New York, which they were about to run a huge media buy campaign on Twitch for JSK, which is a pharma company, you know. And when I heard the numbers and they told me what they are looking to do, I kind of freezed. It's like, how can you do that? Only if you do like a Google search, you'll find that 80% of this audience, they are using ad blockers. So buying pre-rolls on Twitch doesn't really work, you know. And this is coming back to my first point. I don't know if the agencies do it on purpose or they don't know what they are doing. But I think my small fear is that if we are not going to really invest in education and open eyes for these huge media buyers and brands, they will get burned, like 100%, you know, because they are testing waters now. It's like 1% of their budgets, doing like $1 million there and $1 million there, you know, sponsoring a team, doing a Twitch. But if they will get burned, they will not come back and start. What do we all want in the space? We want that Adidas will come back and say, I will spend $100 million tomorrow, $200 million, because this will create jobs, the industry will grow, you know, and we will come to that maturity that sports has today. So yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents on that side. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Lubomira, tell us please from your experience, do you think, let's say Romania, regionally, Romania, Bulgaria, these countries in Eastern Europe, where are we in relation to esports development worldwide, from the sponsorship, marketing, and knowing the field point of view, most of all?
Yeah, I must say that we will get there because the foundation is laid. We have some talents in the esports ecosystem. Like we have really good players from the Eastern Europe, also teams that are performing quite well, and especially 2021 started really well for some of them in the CS:GO field, with the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice, one of the biggest CS:GO tournaments worldwide. Just to say, it's with the $1 million prize money for the winners. So I think most of the teams that competed there were from the Eastern Europe. So this is quite exciting for our region, but of course the biggest names are from Europe, from Asia, of course in different game titles, as Christian said, and I absolutely agree with him that you cannot offer esports like any other betting verticals on your website. You should differentiate it, even though it has, like in the betting specific, quite similar offering, but in general, esports has so many other things that should be considered for the end customer, for the player, for the bettor. There are many kinds of players that some of them likes to bet on sports simulators like FIFA, NBA 2K. Others prefer like mobile games. The Asian regions actually play most on mobile, like Dota and League of Legends. And again, as Alex said, the first-person shooters. I think that, and I do my check with Romania. The most played game is CS:GO. It's no surprise. In Bulgaria, I think it's the same. We had some teams here, but I can't really say we can compare with the big names and the countries that actually invest in developing this sector, because it's really a business of its own. You know that there is many analyses and reports coming up month after month, especially with 2020 increase of the esports sector in general, and they state that Esports will hit like $1.5 billion by 2023. Money generated from this business is a really dynamic thing to consider it when doing your business. From our betting perspective, of course, our main argument over the years at the industry conferences, at the exhibitions, as I said, we started that 6 years ago. We started mainly with the three biggest titles, CSGO, Dota, and League of Legends, and now we offer more than 34 game titles, so it really expanded, but we started educating the industry that this has a great potential and it will develop, and you should offer it on a separate section, for example, on your website, because there is a completely new audience, as Mihaela stated, the generations that are so different from each other, and you know what they are looking for, because they spend like many hours per day. They don't watch TV, they play those games mostly during their spare time, so they know the platforms. They are on Twitch or YouTube, or let's say, for example, in China, there are completely other streaming platforms like Douyu, Panda, QQ, and so on, with really huge number of viewership and people watching on a regular basis tournaments and their favorite teams. So you have this enormous data that you should offer it the best possible way to the end user, so that it is quite similar to his or her expectations of betting entertainment on esports.
I understand. Thank you. You mentioned communication, and I would like to come back to Mihaela, because let's say in Romania this is quite new. I could take some communications from UK, for example, or from US, or even from Asia, translate it in Romanian language and use it. Is it working like this?
Usually I don't agree with translating anything in advertising or communication, my principles. But I would like to maybe, I don't know, challenge you all with something. While Christian was talking earlier, and also a bit when Lyubomira, and now you, Andrei, I was thinking, because actually I'm somehow outsider. I haven't worked so much in your industry, but I have worked a lot in marketing, branding, and so on. So I was thinking about, do you think we can change the mindset from communicating to audiences, to customers, to public, whoever, to interacting with them? Because I think especially with the younger targets, that's the thing. They block ads because they don't want to be told anything. They don't admit that they are told anything, but if they are asked, they will tell you their opinion, So I think us as communicators, agencies, marketeers, the whole gang, doesn't matter. It's not that we need to educate the agencies and we are smarter. Or I think it's all of us in one group. What if we change our mindsets from communicating to audiences to interacting with them? Of course, I don't know how that is really possible with your channels and with the limitations that you have with the age and so on. That definitely would be a challenge. But I think simply thinking of involving them and make them part of the conversation would be a game changer. Game changer. So. And definitely not translating something from one country to one country. Sometimes it works, but I think also when it works, it's accidentally. By the way, Lyubomira, was thinking I was also in charge with some South East European countries, Croatia, Slovenia, Serbia, and Romania as well. And I figured out, although we thought that we are similar, we are also very different. Romanians and Croatians and Serbians. So translating, maybe not.
Copying and translating this is very easy. I mean, it's the least least effort possible, and you might get some results. But you mentioned engagement, and I remember visiting Las Vegas in Luxor Casino and Hotel. There is an esports arena, really impressive. Yes, it is something to at least to see. Yes, I cannot imagine how it is to be part of the events over there and play your games and compete in that arena. Is it something that we might have in Romania or organize in Romania? Of course, not on that huge level. What do you think, Christian?
Yeah, great. And that's why maybe I'm stressing out with this education, but I have my facts. Like in my, I know why. And that was one example. It's also this terminology of marketing versus esports and gaming, which sometimes could be said differently, but it's kind of the same thing. Yeah. So one example to the interaction, to the point of Mihaela, to the interaction and so on. Well, live streaming, it's all about interaction. Yeah.
Gaming.
And that's a form of communication of a brand towards this audience. So it's kind of the same thing, said it differently. I will explain one thing. And one thing that I haven't seen actually marketers in esports and gaming industry thinking about it too much. But if you explain it from the marketing point of view, I'm sure Mihaela will say, yeah, that's fantastic because it's a basic marketing function. Just looking at Facebook advertising versus running influencer marketing campaigns. And the point there, I remember some years back, an esports betting company, they were running a sponsorship deal with an event. As you have Champions League and you have, I don't know, Betway or Ladbrokes or whatever, and you are sponsoring that event. So at the middle of the event, the chief marketing officer, this is a good story, came to me and said, Christian, we are doing great, but we want to do better. How can we get our numbers up? And at the break, he sent us a message saying, when you are advertising our product in the breaks, change the wording. Don't talk about it like that. Talk about it like that and change the way you are talking about our product. Change the timing, change the things that you usually do in Facebook advertising and performance and display and Google and all of that. Guess what? The campaign exploded. So my point to that is that marketers have no idea about this information in esports and gaming industry today. No one is tracking properly. No one is investing. Yeah.
Yeah, you miss data, then you don't know what's working.
It's not about only data. The technology of allowing you to make it easier for marketers, it's not there. That's why I think it's early. Its education is going to take time. It's very difficult to get it right. But we do have examples in betting. This is a personal view, you know. I'm not actually watching all the betting companies in Europe, what they are doing. We actually work with a few as our customers right now. But Betway did it really well. As probably everyone heard about Betway as a betting company. I think what they did in esports, and cheers to Adam, my friend Adam Savinson, which is running esports betting there, they did a fantastic job, you know. And what I liked about pioneering, I didn't know Lubimora really worked for Ultra Play, but I know Ultra Play was one of the first pioneers that pushed esports betting. When I was trying to explain to Fortuna people when I worked for them in the beginning, I'm talking about 4 or 5 years ago, and they're like, yeah, we all know it's going to be big, but we don't believe it's the right timing. And pandemic helped us, unfortunately, to what happened to the world, you know, really helped us pushing this from the brand's point of view, from the marketers, from the esports betting companies and volumes. And yeah, I really know that the future is going to be amazing, you know, to this point in time. We just need to, you know, grinding and keep learning and doing better and testing until we get to the right results.
But anyway, testing is the core of marketing, and we all know that.
Andre, and I'll know, but if you open up the A/B testing, slash optimization wording in esports and gaming sponsorships. I'm not talking about the betting companies because it's performance marketing what they are doing. Everyone is like, oh, yeah, I know, but nobody really understands the value of these two words. Like, and I'm talking about the largest esports team in the world, not the Romanian, not the Cloud9 of the words. You know, they are huge organizations which are investing a lot of money into this, but it's yet not there from the marketing and performance point of view. It's going to take some time.
Anyway, like conclusion, in my understanding, we could study what other companies are doing worldwide, but we should test and adapt and try and fail and on the local market, because it's not universal, it's not general, it's very specific. And I think, for example, if maybe Alex can tell us, how do you find the influencers for esports in Romania?
Well, Andre, we're coming back to the fact that you need to be genuine, and it's hard to find influencers that really know about the product and that can get their message across to players. So this is one big step that all the companies that are involved in esports need to make. They need to put their image alongside people from the industry, from the actual gaming platforms. And maybe the numbers will not be great at the beginning, but you will grow naturally, you will grow organically, because people will follow professionals and the top players. There is no point having a TV show host endorsing the esports if he doesn't know what esports is, because he's not going to have any type of success. It's all revolving around the actual customer, because the customers that we have for esports, they're a different kind of breed. And we're coming back to the millennials that they have rewritten the rule books in marketing, and we need to follow suit. We can't get stuck in the same methods and tricks that we knew. If you ask me, there are a few steps that you can take in order to ensure that you get followed, and you don't always need an influencer to do so. In Romania, if you ask me, on the local market, influencers sell themselves quite cheap. I see on the telly, I see big chefs advertising for McDonald's. I see big sports people from Romania advertising cheap perfumes and stuff like that. If you go outside Romania, you don't see that. People respect themselves and respect their brand. And in our case, everybody is willing to sell their image to any product and to any other company. So they're not reliable, and I don't think they're honest in what they're doing. I would go to basic stuff and just try and talk to your audience, talk to your millennial audience for esports. Make your communication visual. The human being is a visual animal, but this younger generation doesn't have time to read articles of 9,000 words or stuff like that. You need to be precise and quick. You need to be efficient with your communication. Make it visual. Make short text. Be very concise with your information. Nobody has time these days to read full-on stories. If you want to read a story, you go and read a book. You don't read marketing materials. You have to be original. This is another important thing which I mentioned earlier. And also be technology savvy. Try and understand that younger generations, they are always mobile, always on their phones. And if you have any type of banners or any type of marketing communication materials, make it mobile friendly. I've seen some data from our company, and between 76 and 80% of our users access the platform through a mobile phone. So if you're making pictures or with small writing, banners with small writing because you think it fits on the desktop, well, guess what? You're only talking to 20% of your potential customers. So these are the essential things that you need to keep in mind, and it all revolves around the new type of customers which we're dealing with.
Thank you, Alex. This, I think, Mihaela can add on this. Mostly, I would like to know how to organize integrated communication for such an audience and for such a subject like esports.
I think I definitely agree with Alex, and I think first of all you need to do your homework to, as he said, to know who is your audience, then to know what you offer, and then you need to build what we call, I don't know, brand messages or some big ideas that are yours, not everybody's, and you know that they are, differentiating you from the others, and then you need to try to communicate these ideas, not necessarily in the same words, because that's sometimes a basic misunderstanding in marketing and communication, that the message is not the wording, a message is an idea. So if you have three big ideas that you want to communicate, then you take them and you communicate them through all the channels. Now you know your channels, and then you make the the deliverables, it's video, or if it's a banner, or if it's sometimes an article. It can also be for millennials, not for Zs, or I don't know. But then you make these ideas, these messages available in different formats, in different stories, in different kind of materials, again and again and again. But first you need to do your homework and be sure that the messages are appealing your audience and they are interested in that, because otherwise you can't catch anybody. So that's integrated communication definition in a way.
Thank you, Michaela. And I will take one word from what you said, idea, and I will ask all of you to conclude our panel with just one idea that you recommend. You think it's the right timing. You think it's the right thing to do. You think it's the right strategy to approach on this subject. How brands can use esports for their objective, awareness and conversion. Yes, I'm not talking only about casinos and sports betting, but if possible, mostly about this field of activity where we work. But if you would like to refer to any brand, it's please do. So, Lubomira, would you like to start with this?
Yeah, sure. For us, of course, I can talk about the conversions between, let's say, sports, casino, and esports. You can cross-sell between these betting verticals. You can convert players. Of course, in challenging times, as it was last year, you were left with esports and casino to offer to your punters. But they can actually collaborate well. You can educate your audiences and see what they are liking, what they are playing, analyze in terms of betting turnover as well, and games, where they play, how long, and what markets they like, live betting or pre-match as well. For any other brand or any other industry, I also believe that esports has a great potential because there is this fresh new audience that can be targeted, and there are many interactive ways to target it, as social media and other media platforms that are evolving at the moment, and having huge audiences you can actually advertise there in different ways, with streamers, with endorsements, with sponsorships of tournaments. We see many big companies entering the sports sector, many celebrities endorsing teams, investing in teams. So I believe outside the betting industry, esports has again a great potential.
Thank you, Lubomira. Alex, would you like to continue, please?
Of course, it's something that we actually discussed in the office about future steps towards popularizing these type of events. And what I would personally do is I would focus on the community, and I would host events, either being online or live ones. I remember when I was a little kid and I used to go to FIFA tournaments. There was like a gaming location where I don't know, 50 kids gathered around, and they were playing a tournament, and they were writing down on a piece of paper who won the match, and they were doing a bracket challenge. So this is very old-fashioned, but you can adapt it to today's players, and I think it's something that works. It's either streaming events online or just organizing outside the pandemic, of course, renting out a place and giving away some prizes as a company. it's going to help your brand grow in the eyes of the people that matter most. It's the players.
Thank you, Alex. Mihaela, I would like to twist a little bit the question. I would like to ask you to give us, let's say, your idea, your suggestion, your strategy, but considering the changes that are happening all the time in this field of sport and in the field of sport in general, because as we have seen, we are not sure if Champions League will go on like it used to be, and all these kind of things that are happening are making the environment very turbulent. How can we as marketers and especially for communication take advantage of the turbulence?
You've read my mind, Andre. so, so actually, I was thinking to this kind of recommendation for the brand in this field, as I can't talk about only one. And I was thinking to the times we are living now, and this is, as you said, times of turbulence, time of uncertainty, of change. We don't know how it will be tomorrow. We have a clue, but not really. And what's actually happening with most of the people in this kind of times, they get anxious. They need anchors, to stick to. So what I'm trying to say is that actually this is a huge opportunity for brands to build relationships and also build trust. I don't know how you do that, but thinking gaming, thinking sport, thinking change, what's that? Experience. So what I would say is that you can take the opportunity of start building, if you haven't already, building now a different kind of relationship, taking opportunity of these, nasty times, because people are more, how shall I say, more open to get into relationships, to get into new experiences. They need this reconnection in a way. And although we talk digital a lot, digitalization, and esports is digitalization as well, you need to do the digitalization together with the human connection somehow. So make a mix of these two. I hope it helps.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mihaela.
my mind was clearer,
No, it's okay. We understood what you wanted to say. Thank you very much. And of course, last but not least, Christian, I will challenge Christian to, let's say, continue the idea of Mihaela, but I would challenge Christian to wrap it up and tell us his conclusion. What would be his advice on next step or first step for the company brand that considers entering the esports?
Yeah, thank you so much. Basically, just to come back on the opportunity, everyone said it really nicely. I truly, that's why I'm here and building this company, I truly believe esports and gaming, it's one of the best opportunity of our times from the marketing point of view. Normally it's just a new channel of marketing, that's basically what it is. But the opportunity what this channel, it's purely amazing. And I know Mihaela and Alex said it really nicely that yes, you can build the relationships with your new wave of customers, and that was my opportunity pitch in my investment agreement towards investors. Can we help the brands and the marketers get their customers early at a low cost opportunity, because you are building these relationships for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their lifetime value, as a customer. So if you can do that well, the return of investment is much better than anything else. And my point to that, I would say, and my advice is that the first thing, I would love to see data being involved, one, in the decisions. So if you want to take your decisions, find this influencer, work with this esports team, use data to do data-informed decisions, which yet I'm not seeing at that particular level, I would say, that I would love to see, but it's getting there, as Mihaela said. And also, I would say that use the traditional techniques of testing, A/B testing, optimization, which are not used today in esports and gaming industry, in relation to sponsorships, influencer marketing, and so on. And that's simply it. Other than that, just have fun. It's a lovely market with an interesting audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christian. Thanks to all of you. Like wrapping up, I would like to mention just that we are living very challenging times, but for marketers, as we all are, these times are bringing a lot of opportunities, and we have to have the mindset to look for these opportunities and try to take advantage of some of them or of most of them, and to understand what's happening and to understand what will happen with our actual customers in the years to come. Because right now maybe our customers are on sports betting, but in the next year maybe esports will take over some of the classic sports. Yes, and the generation, the young generation, they are coming with different habits and preferences in all aspects, including communication. Yeah, so this is like a conclusion. But I would like to thank you once again for participating in this excellent discussion. Sorry that it's only 1 hour. Let's say I think we could go on for hours on this subject. But I would like to know from Mihnea if there are any questions from the audience, or if Mihnea has any questions on marketing and communication aspect of esports. Mihnea, please.
No, there are no questions for this panel. Probably everybody is very well trained in marketing and communication. You know, in Romania, everybody knows football, politics, and marketing.
Marketing, yeah.
So
I agree with you.
I'd like to thank you all for your presence here, and I hope that I'll see you next month at our next event, our next monthly event, which will be dedicated to cryptocurrencies and blockchain and cybersecurity. So thank you very much, Andres. Thank you very much to all of you. Your panel was very interesting, and as the other panels, of course, nor more nor less. And what can I say? I think it was a very useful event. We learned a lot of things about esports, and hopefully the viewers can start something in this business, because I think this is our main goal, to give ideas to our viewers and to make them produce money, and that's it.
Thank you. It was a pleasure taking part in this discussion, and thank you for organizing this amazing event. Looking forward to see you at your next event.
Thank you very much. This concludes our conference for today, and hopefully we will see all of you on May 25 at our new event dedicated to cryptocurrencies, blockchain, cybersecurity, and whatever other new words are coming in this new era of gambling, gaming, and let's hope after pandemic. Until then, stay safe, and thank you very much for watching us. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
The best path is the one that's not there. Because we are in the process of creating it. We are here for the journey.
Salutare tuturor și bine v-am găsit la marea finală Super Bet Open.
We help people build their dream.